All right. Cue up the music.
Start your engines if you are streaming.
Oh yeah, get those recordings going. Music was the last thing I needed to pull up.
Are you streaming on YouTube?
Talking to me?
Yes, the only other fucking person that records these.
We're not going to have a good day, you and I.
Especially when you make a new character.
We are definitely not going to have a good day.
I can feel it in the waters already. There's a storm brewing.
It's gonna be a good
Yes, day. I'm streaming on YouTube.
YouTube.
Redacted.
Imagine.
I'm gonna close my window so that way that's not going crazy. There's doing lawn stuff.
Send me the link because it doesn't say. Oh wait, yes it does. Never mind. Shut up. Stop it.
Do you not follow me anymore?
I do. I realize it. Imagine.
Yeah,
Sure.
Did you unfollow him?
Yeah. Too busy streaming. Engaging with the new community.
Imagine.
Oh my god. Such a dick. I love you.
Before we get in, since we have a level up,
Yeah.
I'm gonna need everybody. Trey, you can DM me yours in our little private channel. If everybody would tell me their health, starting with Pin, what is your health?
Oh, sorry.
Yours. You did roll
37.
37?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Nice. And Krianza?
37.
The Warlock is on par with the Ranger.
Yep.
Okay.
Mira?
28.
Not bad for Wizard.
38.
28.
Oh, okay.
Not too bad. She has D6s, and Pengelly has a D10. It's not too bad. And Taxis is now... Because I sent those stats to you. Those are... There's something wrong about those, but nothing important as of right now. His health is now 25.
Okay, just 2 secs. Sorry, mate. 2 seconds.
No worries, I'm jotting this down.
Oh, good.
I think, well, mainly what I want to do is just check that that's updated in D&D Beyond. Because Tax and his roles and all of that stuff
Is actually there now, because I got the book.
It's there, yeah. Sure, I bought the book. Right, okay.
Got yours now.
He's got 25. He's got 25 health in D&D Beyond.
Nice. Yep.
Is that right?
Yep. That's what I have on mine as well.
Sick.
Brilliant.
Has anybody's ACs gone up?
Yes, mine went up to 14.
Nice.
Mine stayed at 14.
Yep. Your dex is the same. Alright. Alright, that's out of the way. That little pre-game stuff, because I have a little thing taped to my DM screen that has all your health on it. So leave that there. And I think that's...
very exciting.
Yeah. Before we get on, Trey, do you have any questions about your character sheet?
If I do, you know I will ask in the dead center of the scene, so...
That's fair. Oh, of course. I just meant any overall first looks at it.
No. I think I got it all relatively down.
Also, I just noticed the background of it. That's really nice.
Doesn't it look so good?
It is.
I'm pumped for it.
We'll figure it out. New characters are always a tricky thing to do. But
We're gonna have to have a screen cap of that.
Not yet.
I know, but like I want to see afterwards.
Yeah,
At least
good.
like the background.
Hell yes.
I don't know if I showed you guys Creance's, but I like that one so much.
Show them. Tara, what is that? If you want to get that sorted for the link?
It's working now.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I don't mind taking the time before.
I don't think there's anything on here that you guys don't know. At least at this point. I gotta get used to
The first link was rubbish. Did you just say it works now?
Yeah, it works now.
All right. Yeah, cool. Sorry. I need like 4 screens.
Yeah, that's what I need. Really bad.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
Let's fucking go!
Let's do it.
Alrighty. So, previously on our adventures in Dalares, we have all met in the town of Belmoro, fought a animated, petrified statue of a woman, got hired by Mayor Illican Kralin to seek out what his suspicions were onto a mage named Marcella Uroth. Because we come to find that him, Uroth, and a man named Alvor Palebrook are kind of in a political game of chicken. And you have met this Alvor Palebrook, a poet and book writer, who is also in this political matters and whatnot. And you all have latched on with, whether you like it or not, a little bit more onto him, more than Kralin. And you've sought out this, and you have taken the source of this petrifying ailment, essentially, to a dungeon, which was not really a dungeon, but more of a temple to a lost god, where you found an Empyrean core has been resting for centuries and centuries, unknown to anybody else except you all, Marcella, and Zerkuon, the statue, the lich that had imprisoned himself after his timely death from adventurers who killed him into a statue, where he's been trying. You've learned that his goal was to use the Empyrean core's energy to make artificial solars. There were only 23 of these solars, these angels in existence that serve the gods, and he was trying to make more. You got onto his plan very early, luckily, because you didn't have to fight any actual solars. You fought an artificial one, and unfortunately, Zake went down, taking some for the team. Zake was given a choice by the Witch Mother in his dying moment to go to the afterlife with her, or to jump into the gym that was left behind by Zerkuon. And he chose to go into the gym, where he lies now. And I believe only Mira knows that. Mira picked up this gem, this amulet of the secret eye, this legendary magic item that a 4th level party should not have, and attuned to it in the night. You all have saved, with Marcella taking no chances. Marcella has been defeated as well. And as you exit, you have recovered every petrified, as many as you can, at least the ones that weren't destroyed. You've recovered a couple dozen people that have been petrified. And now you have made your way back a little bit, and you've made camp, taken a long rest, and we resume. Oh, if you haven't noticed, we have a calendar tracker now, because I've finally got that set up for you. Calendar's been there, I just haven't put up the calendar tracker.
Ew.
So we have the day, and today is actually the 7th of Relexus, the summer month. And yes, before we dive in real quick, Trey, do you have any, of course always ask when it happens, but before we start, do you have any other questions about your sheet of information that you have?
Nope.
Because I know we haven't talked about it yet.
No, all straightforward.
Okay, cool. I just forgot to ask you for this one. Alrighty. You all awaken. On the 7th day, you will probably get there, back to Balmoral. Now that you know where you're going, because you camped out, you've already been going, you'll probably get there today at around anywhere from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. But you continue on, and yeah, you wake up from your long rest, and this is where we resume. What would you like to do? You all are at the camp. You find a lot of people. You all are kind of camped somewhat together, while the other people that you have saved are kind of spread outwards. But they are waking up as well. You find that some people have done exactly what Pengelly has done before. Maybe even with you, Pengelly has gone out to hunt something, to provide food, to get everybody's energy up for the next 8-ish hours of travel. But both Marcella and Zake lie covered at your camp, but a little bit away. What would you all like to do?
Question real quick.
Yes.
Do I need to roll for that thing with the amulet?
Yes, you do. If it's what I'm thinking of, yes, you do.
I believe.
As you begin to move as daylight begins to hit, and you are coming out of your stasis, Mira, of your rigor mortis of your bones back into formation as you're beginning to move. Which part is that? Real quick, this is a
The bottom.
big old description. Yes. As you begin to move, you feel around your neck where you have slept with and had this amulet on all night. You feel your flesh ache more than usual from your balance in the undead. It feels properly achy. As you need to roll 2d6 for me, as your maximum
Yeah, I
health
got a
is reduced for
6.
the day. Your maximum health for the day is reduced by 6.
God damn.
So your health is currently
22.
22 now, instead of 28. You feel this. And as you begin to move, it dawns green. And then it goes back down. You're able to continue, but you do feel the spike of pain. Almost like a spike of a headache, but in your chest and around your neck. Did you all, by the way, see what I... Oh no, I haven't got on the right screen. Here, look at
Nope.
the landing page. I think Staj found it.
Yeah.
Found it as well.
You asshole.
The gem,
I
the
didn't know
black
that you
gem.
added that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the black gem is now green.
He's green.
Oh, so it
figured it was
was
more
there
fun.
before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be just a black obsidian gem that was just there for decoration, but I figured I'd turn it green because it's
It's
thematically
awesome.
appropriate.
Still have our
Right.
mushroom and then the new Zake card. Those are the only things that I had seen change.
We also have a pin on the map so you can move it
Yeah.
around.
All
So Mira, you are up and about. What are all of you doing?
Can we get a time check? What was the time?
It is probably 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. You slept in a little bit earlier than you normally may have because you stayed in the dungeon and traveled a little bit throughout the night. So it's about 9 a.m. I'd say.
Okay, and we're a day away from Balmoral
Not even a whole day. You'd probably get there around 5 p.m.
if we set off now. Okay.
Yeah, if you set off within the next half hour. It probably will take a half hour to get everybody rounded together and to continue. Would you all like to talk to each other at all or talk to anybody? Or
Are there
shall we continue?
tear stains on the fucking map?
Oh no, those have always been there. I don't know if
But
they're
they-
tear
I have
stains, but
never
it's
seen them
wetness.
before. Hilarious.
They've always been there, but now
Yeah.
I'm gonna always canonically
They're
think of
tear
them as
stains.
tear
They're
stains.
tears. Oh. Also, Ethan, I don't know if you have the spear that I attuned to. You said that I was going to be doing that.
Yes, I don't have it perfectly written out for you.
That's good. That's fine.
I'll give it to you as we play. I will get
Yeah.
that ready for you.
Okay.
I knew I was forgetting one thing, and it was that.
Stone Uroth spear.
yeah.
Yes.
Hmm.
I'll get that to
The
you
little
during
magic
the session.
ping that I picked up.
Yes.
How long are people are going hunting and stuff?
They've already gone hunting and have already come back, and breakfast is now commencing. Of the people that are eating, the people that you see that some people have, the people that know each other have gathered together. There's about like 18 or so people here, and the ones that are kind of still shaken up and are off to themselves, you see that some, especially Usul, will go around and taking these meals to them and offering solidarity basically here of, hey, we're in this together, like, it's fine. But you all are free to pack up and head out whenever you'd like.
Okay.
There's no tents or anything.
Penton will go and talk to Usul and
You
make
find
it
him giving
make
a bowl of meat to somebody.
the 18 of their problem to move the bodies or bring the bodies of Sake and Uroth with us.
He
And just say, come on, go find a solution, mate. So I'll leave that with you, eh?
after doing that, he goes around and starts talking to some others, and you see them. They will take about 20 minutes of this half hour getting ready to pick up and go. They'll take about 20 of those minutes themselves. About 4 of them will start going and trying to put some sticks together, basically to make kind of what is it?
Sled.
Like a hammock, something to drag them along easily enough.
Yeah,
That'll
and
still be respectful to the bodies, but drag them along.
Meanwhile, Pen will be hovering near Zake's body and occasionally like rearranging his shield and making sure that his stuff's all there and making sure that he remains covered, but doing it surreptitiously so that it looks like he doesn't care.
Yeah.
But
Mira.
awkwardly, it's obvious.
Mira, you see Pengelly doing this? Like putting the blanket and whatever. Before he puts the blanket over him, from a distance, because you're not right upon him, but you see Zake's skin covered in tattoos that only you can see. Tattoos of glowing green are covering every inch of his body in ornate runic design. And then the blanket of Pengelly throws over him.
When I see that, I'm gonna kind of sigh to myself, and then I'm gonna do like I did the night before and just kind of wander off a bit, and then just kind of sit down and just while waiting, just kind of be holding the necklace close to me, just trying to think and trying to use the necklace to get any ideas from it.
You're trying at the moment, but nothing. You get roll an Arcana check for me as you're trying to tap into whatever. Trying to find information.
26.
26. Knowing your history with magic items in particular, it's going to take more of a bonding period. Whatever this isn't a regular magic item of attunement. While you have attuned to it on the surface, it's not quite sentient. You get glimmers of memories of dealing with sentient items before. This is somewhere between sentient and non-sentient. There are sentient beings in here, but itself is not sentient. So there's something. You feel distant with this magic item. It's on you when you're attuned to it, and you're able to use the abilities there. But it's almost as if you both haven't linked yet. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You get that feeling with this. It's going to take some time and some experimentation to unlock whatever this information this gem holds.
So after I do that, I'm just gonna kind of hover by the group with my stuff packed, ready to go.
Okay, Coranza?
At some point, I would have liked to had like last night. Before then, had gone and searched Zake's body for the reagent list.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I would find that, and if I do, if I could get that list from Teza.
Yeah, do you have that, or should I pop that in, Trey?
Fuck yes, I have it. I'll grab it.
Yep, pop it in. And anything else that's in your inventory, if that Coranza might want to snag.
Yeah, do you have anything fun in there?
Oh, hold on. That's
Anything
a good
strange?
fucking question. Hold on, I probably fucking do.
His gold is there too. All his money.
Oh fuck yes.
Wouldn't care about it.
There we go.
Nope, Coranza sees the gold. He's like, eh.
Pen would not be happy about this and would go over and say, can we at least get him back to fucking civilization before we start raking through his stuff? And he nods at Mira and goes, she hasn't even focused on the fact that the poor bastard's dead and all you want to do is go through his bloody pockets.
I want to make sure that the thing he found important is found and done.
Sure, and I agree. And we're going to take him to his mother or wherever the bloody hell mushroom grove he came from. But let's just get him back to town first. And you, and he looks at Mira, it's like he never fucking existed for you. What the bloody hell's happened in there for you? What was it you picked up and why are you being a dick and just keeping to yourself?
I'm gonna just kind of shrug for a moment and just be like, it's not really too important at the moment. It's just a necklace. There's nothing we can really do for him right now. And I know what it's like to be gone, but that doesn't mean they have to stay that way.
Yeah, well, I imagine your time will come because everyone fucking dies anyway. And Penn very angrily trudges off and rounds up the town folk and gets them all moving.
He says to the corpse. I love it.
Hold on. Krian, do you take his gold? Do you take his money?
No.
Oh. Okay, I'll give you the other ones.
You, after some time of that tenseful situation, gather everyone up, and everyone begins to move along. Does anybody have anything that they do between now and Balmoral, or do we cut to our arrival in Balmoral?
I mean, it's an 8-hour trip. I don't have anything that I can do moving, so.
Okay.
Because I imagine that Usol's our guy, and we stay at the Bellin, so I imagine that Penn at some stage will just say to Usol, have you got anywhere that we can lay Zake out, like out the back or something, and head there?
You're asking him, like, where to leave Zake when you get
to
there?
the Bellin, yeah, just to arrange our arrival at the Bellin. Like, has he got somewhere private that we can lay Zake and sort ourselves out?
He said, basically, just to skim over this, he basically does tell you he'll let you have an in-room for free for as long as you need it, really, until you get your stuff sorted out, and to keep him out of the public eye. Same with the other one, Marcella, and to get yourself situated until whatever you do next, is because he doesn't know your all's plans. You're welcome to stay in room 3 for as long as you need.
Cheers, Pat.
As you get up to Balmoral, you finally start hitting the main road and following that for the last few hours. And when you approach the small town, you do see it's active again. It's no longer quite on lockdown. You also see, as you begin to head in from the right side gates, the left side gates, the west side, you approach. To skim over it, I won't roleplay every moment of it, but the guards... Actually, no, there is something specific here, sorry. You see the regular guard that is here, and he is holding the clipboard and is about to... The gates is closed. You do hear hustling and bustling somewhere in the city, though. You see he's about to ask you something, and the gates open up slowly, and three armored people. Basically, they're human. The front one has graying hair. The armor is kind of silverish white with brass. That's the word, brass aesthetic to it in some places, outlining. And he comes up. And you see the regular guard here for Balmoral, this town guard, is about to ask you questions. And this essentially higher up form of guard comes through, motions like, no, I'll do it. And he greets Usul as well as all of you who are together. Because he kind of already, he gets the vibe that you all are kind of leading the train, because some of the people that are here step back, motion to you all. And this man just looks at you all and says, what is your business in Balmoral?
We're here to bring people back.
Is this the rescue? Is this a rescue party?
They're the ones we rescued, pal.
I'm gonna need to document your names. This is interesting. This is the Harbinger Alliance, and he motions to a friend of his, basically, and grabs a notepad. What are each of your names, since you have been leading this expedition of sorts?
Pen.
Pen, okay. I have a pen. What's your name?
Pen. P-E-N. I'll use your pen and write it for you if you want, pal.
My apologies. And he takes his pen and writes your name. He blushes a bit. He blushes from embarrassment a little bit. And the rest of you?
Mira Rosewood.
Rosewood? Where do you each reside? Penn and Mira Rosewood, are you from Balmoral or do you reside somewhere else?
No, pal, but we've been staying at the Bell Inn with Uso here.
Okay. Penn, staying at the Berlin. Mira Rosewood,
I've been at the Berlin as well.
are you from there? Where are you from? Where do you originate? Where do you reside? There? That's it? Okay. You two? He looks at Usul and Crianza.
Crianza.
Crianza? Not much for last names except for Miss Rosewood. And where are you from?
Not here. I'm living in the tavern.
You all live in the Okay.
We're visiting, really.
Where do you... Then he kind of like slams his pen on the paper. Then if you're all visiting, where are you all from? I need to document this.
We're travellers, pal. We move around. We're from all kinds of places, but right now we're from the Bell Inn in Balmoral.
Nomads. Okay. And Usul says, I own the Bellin. And he just rolls his eyes. Bellin. ×4. Okay. You will need to speak to Illican Kralin as you go in. His office, and he starts giving directions.
We know.
Oh, well, this town has been under lockdown.
We know.
All
There's
right.
been an issue, and we're going to see Kralin.
Well, I hope to see you all again. Be careful. And
cheers, pal.
If Pengeli and Mira, you would recognize these are harbingers, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
The
got
gates
here
open up.
fast.
The people start heading in.
They got here fast.
They came from
They were on
fort.
the airship. Oh, right, no, the close
they weren't
fort,
there.
that's it.
Yeah, they came from the Harbinger stronghold. While you were heading down, because they got notified within hours of you all leaving. So while you were heading down and back up, they were heading straight up. They've already been here for a little while.
Can I have a look around, particularly for beds?
Sure. Well, perception check.
23.
There's no trees here at the moment, but you're looking around, and you do see a couple robins basically sitting down on a park bench eating some feed that had been thrown to them at the moment next to the river boulevard.
Just generic birds, though, not any sort of slightly translucent, hovering, inquisitive birds.
Well, Alvor's wasn't translucent at all. That one was just a crow.
Just
This
a bird.
Yeah, these look to be robins.
Are either of them paying particular attention to us?
They just seem to be eating the grain that's under the bench.
Do they look like they're making a real show of pretending to eat the grain?
That's up to you to decide, my friend.
Fucking snipe
Panic
them.
arises in Penn.
Penn will look at both of the birds very suspiciously and growl a little bit before following.
The birds fly away at your growl. As you begin heading on the river boulevard, heading to town, a lot of people begin to disperse, quicken their paces as they start heading back to their families, or anywhere that's back to their homes, or anywhere that's not back out on the open road. People begin to quicken up. A few of them still head to the tavern. You hear one man, balding, has this large beard. He's dwarven. You just hear him just walk past you all quicker, and he just goes, I need a fucking drink, as he just heads forward quickly. And Yusel's like, it's not open yet. Okay, well, if Destard has been running the business without me, so help me. I will break every glass in that bar. And where are you all heading?
Come on, Uso, let's get you back to Vinny, eh? And we'll accompany him, because I'm assuming we've still got a couple of folks dragging the bodies.
Yeah, they're going to be taking to the bell and to
on
the
the
back,
stretchers. Yeah.
Yep. They're going to start heading to the back roads, basically, and start heading there. Eventually, you all head in through the back. You find Destard there with Vinny. They're a little, he's like confused, like, who? Usul? As he's hearing the back door open. And then as soon as Usul steps through, Vinny comes sprinting down the stairs. She falls, hits her knee on the ground, but just keeps getting back up and sprints through the kitchen. And he picks her up and spins her around. And it is quite the reunion, essentially. Like, Usul's got some tears. She's just laughing, like, why are you spitting me so much? as Destad, they all kind of go into a group hug. And he kind of sits her into his arm, holding up his daughter. And Usul just turns and says, "Thank you for getting me back here safely. I really do appreciate it." And Vinny says, "Where's the mushroom man?"
Pen crouches down and looks at Vin and says, he hurt himself whilst we were fighting, but he asked me to give this to you, and he hands Vin the fancy gold mushroom.
No.
He's like, see if your dad will cook that up, and do you want to suss us out something to eat? We're a bit hungry.
I'm not going to let my daddy cook it. I'm keeping it.
Right, you hang on to that.
Puts finger indentions into it.
Yeah.
And after a little bit of reading, they will kind of stay in the kitchen, and they begin to cook with lifted spirits. Essentially, having been back home, having her father back, the kitchen begins to hustle and bustle, essentially, but there's a different vibe here. It's not quite the busy annoyance that it usually is. It is with happiness, essentially. And yeah, do you all stay for some dinner?
I think first, what now that we're back, what Pen would like to do is get Zake's body somewhere private and actually go through more respectfully his personal effects. And
they've put him up in room 3 and given you
right. Okay, yeah. So take a bit of an inventory and just look at what he had. And
yeah, do you have your inventory there, Zake?
Yeah. I'll send screenshots.
But they have left him on this bed. They've lit a few candles in here. They've drawn curtains, and he lays out on the bed. He's a little. It hasn't been too much. Not much decay has set in, but soon enough. The very tiny beginning stages are beginning to set in as he lays there. They've put his head under a pillow. They've lit a few candles. You see that some people have once again put flowers there when you enter the room, like on his bedside. And at the moment, they've put Uroth in room 2 as well.
Right. Okay. Okay. So we'll assume that Pen goes through the personal items. Will quite diligently keep the gold with the intention of giving it to Zake's family.
Okay.
And will also, he doesn't want to lug the shield and his weapon around, but that belongs to them as well. Sorry?
Yeah, he has a lot of stuff. If I remember correctly, he's got a lot of weapons on him that he's picked up. He keeps collecting weapons.
Okay. So we'll ask Usul if he can leave the shield and his main weapon, his sword, somewhere safe with them without telling anybody else, just so that he knows where it is.
He'll tell you. I have a secret storage here that I have somewhere hidden around the bar. I'll keep it in there with the other belongings.
Cool.
It'll be safe until you ever retrieve it.
So without going through all of the bits and bobs, we'll assume that anything from Zake that we can't carry that we want preserved, I'll give to Usul, along with the weapons. And then some of the things I'll take, Pen will take, and hang on to. He will, however, take the copy of How to Woo a Dragon, and we'll slip it into the script next to Tax, and just give him a really knowing, shit-eating grin as he does it.
Like, what is this? Because he can't read it. All he can see is the pictures. He doesn't know common.
It's all right, mate. Thought you might like it, pal.
I don't know what Krianza took off me too.
Yeah, I took the little scroll that telling me what we need to get, and then I also took that the black powder dust.
Perfect.
Cool.
And yeah, that would have been it. The doll stays.
Okay. Yusa will take that and put it in his secret hidden compartment somewhere in the bar. And you all are left kind of in the room alone with Zake at the moment, with his body.
Alright. So Pen will look at Crianza and say, we're definitely going to go and find his family or something, alright? And we'll get the stuff off of that list for him. I reckon Beaucaster's the place to go, yeah?
He was looking for Beaucaster. I don't know if his family would be there.
Oh, no, I have no idea where his family is. But the bits that he needs off that list will be in Beaucaster.
I believe so.
Can you remember where he said he was from? I know he referenced his family.
I don't think he ever brought up where he was from. Talked about the mother a lot.
I'll try and remember. I'm sure he mentioned it. That's all right. Pen will look sulkily at Mira and say, "Are you gonna acknowledge that the poor bastard's dead at all, or are we just gonna move on? Are you done?"
Why are you so certain that death is permanent?
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, he looks pretty fucking dead, doesn't he? He's not waking up. He's not getting up and saying morning to you, is he?
Well, I look pretty fucking dead too, but I'm still here.
So you reckon there's a... What are you saying? Do you think you can bring him back? Do you think you can, don't know, do some hocus pocus? I mean, he's right here. Now's the time.
I know there's nothing that... Well, I'm fairly certain there's nothing I can do, but, I did notice something. I'm gonna start taking off the necklace.
Because you usually keep that hidden under your
Mm-hmm.
clothes, right? Yeah, take off the necklace. When you do so, there's a draining feeling of...
Oh, yeah.
You are taking it off, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say not my necklace. That makes me look different, but, the other one.
The gem.
Yeah.
You begin to take it off. And you suffer 3 points of psychic damage. It's nothing big that's like throwing you to the ground or anything, but there is a feeling of ow when you take this off. It is twinge of pain. You hold it in your hand. It's no longer there. It's not persistent. You take it off, and it goes away. But you take 3 points of damage from it. And you
Do we notice Mira wince or anything?
Roll an insight check.
18.
Mira, just roll a d20 for me. It's not necessarily trying to hide it. It's just a natural reaction.
11.
11. You see her a little wince. And yeah, the pain goes away, but you take it off and hold it.
I'm gonna kind of hold it up, and I'm gonna be like, this is what I found and what I pocketed. At first, it was just something for me, something I remember, or don't remember, shall I say. But, well, there's no way of putting this lightly. He's in here.
You what?
He's in here.
What do you mean? What bit of him's in there?
His conscious, his soul.
What is that thing?
Do I know what a soul gem is?
Yes, you would know.
Oh, okay.
Easily enough. Somehow you know. This isn't quite that, but it's
Mhm.
it's something adjacent to that. You don't know exactly, but you know it's close
Yeah.
enough.
There are things that people use sometimes that traps the soul into a gem or a box. And that's what this is. Something like it at least.
How Pen goes over and taps it. How is he on his own in there?
No. To my knowledge, there's many souls in here. I believe Marcella is in here as well.
Oh, bloody hell. She's a ball ache.
Here, you also know Sir Kirion, of course, is there.
And the green stone guy is here as well. And I really don't know who else could be there.
But definitely two people who gave us a pasting and be pretty pissed off that we're the ones that put them in there.
Perhaps. Maybe.
So, let me get this straight. So basically, Zake's in the little stone, along with angry people, and there's a chance that we might be able to get him out of the stone, but we would need to do it without letting them out as well. I mean, that's certainly a bit above my pay grade, and you don't seem like you're certain of the process of that.
No, I really don't know how it works, honestly. I've usually only seen things like this with only one soul in them.
Right. Do we have to? I mean, he's starting to smell a little bit, right? So do we have to preserve his body? Like, do we have to pickle him or something so that his soul's got somewhere to go if we can bring him back?
Are you done poking at him? At Pen.
Done poking at what?
Zake.
His body or his soul in the gem?
His body.
Yeah, done.
Creonso will go over. I don't know how well this is gonna work. It's gonna go over to the body and cast Frostbite to try and encase in some sort of coldness to preserve meat, essentially.
I like it. It'll take you
Little
about.
cold freezer.
It's like a process. You start it and you begin to see the body. You start with the shoulder and ice begins to form a cracking and forming over it. It's gonna take you about 10 minutes if you want, like while this is going on. While this roleplay is do it, but if you want to continue on, it'll take about 10 minutes to do so.
Yeah.
It'll be a thin layer too. It's not a
I'm not
long-term
expecting
solution.
like a big cube or whatever. And I'll probably have to do this a few times, either in a day or every day. But
You might, being up here in the summer, it's a little hot in here. You could do this and then move him somewhere like, oh god, the tavern cold storage, like a Sweeney
Well,
Todd.
there's the funeral place, right, where the
there's a temple here. A temple to something that we were told.
Yeah, you don't know anything about that place,
yeah.
but it's always something you can check out. But you are currently encasing his body in an inch or so of ice. The room becomes cold to all of you three.
Yeah, it's chill.
I do have to say, these types of things are heavily frowned upon.
What types of things?
Necromancy.
is that
It's not
what happened to you?
necromancy. We're just trying to bring him back.
Well,
Pin, you would know, like, a general of bringing things back from the dead is a general, like, legend that you tell, like, no, that's a big no for you, Pin. Like, that's just a common world thing. If that's a big no. Whether you share that opinion is up to you, but the world as a whole thinks raising the dead's a big no. Sorry, continue.
I don't know who would be able to help us with this.
I even want to think about whether the bloke's soul is struggling or having trouble in that. And I think that we've got to just bury his body. Like, if he's in there and we can bring him back, I don't even know if we want to, but let's burn that bridge when we get to it. But for now, I mean, he deserves to be laid to rest properly, right?
I mean, what is proper for him?
Mm-hmm.
We don't know anything really about Zeke.
Well,
He has interesting customs and religious dealings that he does, and I don't know how he handles that.
well, with all due respect, we're not going to get answers to that. And I think as long as you mean it, just respecting him and remembering him and digging a hole and remembering where you dug it is probably going to be enough. I mean, he's dead, so it's not like he's going to come and have a pop at us about it, is it?
No.
All right. Well, let's. I like what you're doing for now, Krian. So let's suss it out tomorrow and get him taken care of. What about this Kraylin fella? I mean, I don't want to deal with him any more than getting paid by him. What do you guys? What do you reckon?
We go back to him and tell him that everything is fine, that we dealt with the situation, his people are back.
And then leave it at that. I don't want to get dragged into any of his bollocks. He's going to be bad enough, I imagine, when he knows that Urof's no longer an obstacle for him, right?
I think we just tell him about the casualties and then we just leave it at that.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to hide the fact that Uroth is dead.
Oh, no, there's no hiding that. But turned into a bastard, didn't she? So she needed putting down. I don't feel bad about it.
It's nothing that she could have handled, though. She was under something.
She
wasn't
didn't really
herself.
have a choice.
Well, that may be so, but he's laying there dead because of it. So, like I say, I'm not going to feel bad about it. What about bloody Alvor? Do we even want to see the bloke?
Of course we do.
Like, he deserves an answer.
Alright. Well, I'm not his biggest fan, so I'll go with you, obviously, but I'll leave it to you guys to navigate that one. He's a shifty bastard and all.
Say we go to Kraylin first.
I'm gonna nod.
Do you want to do it today?
Yeah.
I feel like there's no use putting it off.
Alright. Come here a minute, I just want to try something.
Mm-hmm.
He puts his hand on Mira's shoulder and uses Cure Wounds
God damn.
and cures Mira for 11 points, I believe.
Yeah.
Ooh, you get your 6 points you lost back.
Does it work?
I do?
How'd you feel, pal?
I thought
Well,
my max health goes down.
Your max health went down, then you took off the necklace and you took 6 points of psychic damage, didn't you? Or
Oh.
how many points did you take?
3.
3 points. You get 3 points. You're back up to
Yeah.
that damage.
So
is
I
good.
only
Your
get 3 points.
Yes, your max is still down.
Yeah.
That does not return, but you get your
Okay,
3
yeah,
you
that's what I
lost back.
thought.
I think
Mhm.
the test here was to see if Cure Wounds even works on her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it works.
How'd you feel?
Yeah, a little better. Yeah.
Alright, I got shown a fucking trick years ago, and I can only get it to work sometimes. But just wanted to give it a little try because I saw that I don't know, does that necklace fucking hurt or something?
Yeah. It's a bit draining.
I mean, you're carrying some pretty nasty bastards around your neck, from what you say.
Yeah. It kind of took a toll on me this morning.
Alright, be careful with it, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. It's not. I don't think this is necessarily something good.
Alright. Alright, shall we go and see Kraylin?
Right. You leave.
Just
Mhm.
before we leave, I'm gonna take a piece of incense out of my bag
Mhm.
and just kind of light it and gently move it over Zake's body, and then sit it down beside the like on a table, and then
Mhm.
leave.
Nice. I like that. Nice smelling smoke fills the room. Are you all leaving him there long term, or say when you all leave Balmoral, what is the goal for Zake's body? Because you can't leave him in the motel room
No.
forever.
No.
Pen
What is
will
that
want to bury
smell?
him. Like, because
Yeah, before we leave, we would probably bury him if we can't
we'll
find
bury
any
him and have
Okay.
a delightful little but
Okay.
short ceremony.
For now, he's up there. Just making sure. All right. And you all head out. You head down the street about 6 p.m. You're heading down the street and you manage to you cross the bridge over to the northern side of the town, crossing the bridge. The sun is out very brightly today, with hardly any clouds. You make your way down to the right end where Mayor Kralen's house rests, and you find the door open and you actually hear a voice coming from inside. You hear, "Yes, that's all well. I just need to find them and I can give you more answers. Please come back in a bit." And you see a harbinger woman, kind of her boots clanking. She comes out. "I'll be back in an hour." And she turns and she comes through the gate and comes past you all and says, "Good evening." And he stands in the doorway and looks at all of you, and his eyes widen. "All right, yes, come here. Welcome back. Welcome back." And he shuts the door behind him. He doesn't invite you all inside. He welcomes you up onto the porch if you'll come. And he
Mhm.
says to you all, "Kraylin, have a change of heart, did we? I thought we were abandoning this."
We didn't want to get your hopes up, but we did go following a lead.
Well, if
We
that's the
didn't
case,
abandon the town.
well, that is actually very good to hear, and that's what I had hoped. I had assumed you all would be meddling in some way, but I won't lie, I thought I had begun to doubt your morals and what you had been wanting out of this.
Well, we brought your people back, so basically we've done what you asked us, and we just want paying, and that's it, mate.
That is true, 100 gold per person. What did you find out there? What was the source of all of this? You all left, and then while you were gone, the statues, the petrified victims we had in the jailhouse had miraculously turned back. And now you all come up with a couple dozen people, and everything is back to normal. And the Harbingers are at my door wondering what happened. So
Yeah, well, you can tell them it was just a bunch of nasty bastards who had some toys that they weren't supposed to have. They all died one way or another, and toys got destroyed. But the main thing is everybody's back and not stone anymore, right, mate?
That is true, but I'm going to need specifics or the Harbingers will not let up. They will have to go investigate this site. Wherever that you seize the day. I need details.
Well, we haven't got too much time, but how about we knock our heads together before we go to bed tonight, and we'll jot down a written account and hand it over to you so that you can give it to them, because we're going to be moving on soon. But
When you do so, I'll have your payment ready.
good stuff.
How is everything here with the Harbingers?
A mess. An outright mess. They have been going around trying to do their investigation, which is them knocking down people's doors and demanding answers. They are wanting to know where this was so they can investigate it and figure out the exact source, because while you all did save the day and bring people back, nothing is won until the Harbingers have their stamp on the matter, and they are able to confirm that it is one, and the people that have been causing this are actually gone. Speaking of which, where is your ally, Mr. Zake?
We unfortunately didn't all come back out.
Well, that is a shame, and I am very sorry for that. I will be sure to give you all his part of the reward. Maybe you can give that to his family if he has any.
Thank you.
Yeah, they'll appreciate that. Cheers, Pat.
When you have your account of what has happened out there, I will have your payment.
To be fair, Kraylin, and Pen will sort of stand taller and be a little bit intimidating. That wasn't the deal. All right, we brought you people back, so you're going to pay us now, and you'll be lucky that we come in the morning and give you an account if we choose to before we leave.
Make an intimidation check.
I get that the Harbingers are leaning on you, but that's got fuck all to do with the deal that we made. All right, pal?
Yeah, make an intimidation check. Let's see.
15?
He says... He doesn't show any change in his face. He just looks at you and says, I'll give you half. I understand it wasn't part of our deal, but they will come knocking on you. If you give me the accounts and I pay you all, I won't send them after you. If we don't get this done personally between you and I, the Harbingers will come and hound you way worse than I ever could.
Right, so now Pen... We're standing on the porch of his house, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so now Pen forcibly pushes him back into the house because he just threatened us. So Pen pushes him back into the house and looms over.
I mean, it wasn't really a threat.
I'll send the Harbingers after you.
No. Well, more of the way he put it is he won't send them. The Harbingers will come after. It's like he's saving that time. It's not I'll send the Harbingers after you. It's more of if we do it, he wants to keep the deal between you and him, and he doesn't want the Harbingers hounding him or you guys, is kind of how he put it. It's up to you on whether you still want to do that, but that was what he was implying of the Harbingers will make your lives worse too if we don't do it personally, is what he's implying.
Okay.
You still push him in. I just wanted to make sure that...
No, yeah, that is different. Okay. No, I won't. Pen won't. But he will be visibly angry. He'll go, all right, you go and get it. And pay us. And we'll see about writing an account to satisfy the Harbingers.
Thank you for your cooperation. They can be nasty intrusive force. And he goes on.
People generally can, pal.
That is true. Yeah, he's very much a man who wants to keep the government out of this as much as possible. And he goes in and retrieves. He first hands you. He has more with him, but he opens up and hands you each 50 gold each to each of you. And he holds out another 50, which would have been 6.
So Penn will take that.
Yeah, he hands it over.
All right, we'll leave you to it, and we'll be back in the morning.
That's fair. Let me know if the Harbingers do give you trouble. Let me know. I can help as much as I can.
All right, appreciate it.
He nods, sees you off, and heads back into his house with the other half of the coin. He closes the door.
As we're walking towards Alvor's house, because it's still like early evening, right? It's not dark or anything.
It's like 6 p.m. Yeah, it's still daylight.
Yeah.
Plenty of, like, about 3 to 4 hours left of daylight.
I'd like to get
Okay.
Uroth's body before we bring.
Before we go to.
Yeah, I want to bring Uroth over to Alvor.
Okay. Yeah. So the only thing Penn will say prior to that is to the two of you, I think we need to get the fuck out of here. Like 50 gold's enough. We need to leave before people start asking us questions. What do you reckon?
Are we not going to tell them?
Tell them what? I mean, you saw the shit that was in that temple. Do you really want to have us being the ones that direct the Harbingers to be crawling all over it?
Why not?
Well, do we trust them? I've grown up sort of knowing that you don't necessarily distrust the Harbingers, but you don't get fucking involved with them. You want to be the people that told them where some big glowy super gem is. I mean, you understand it better than me, but I know enough to know that shit's important stuff that is always going to get more and more and more questions, right?
And we have the answers, so why not give it to the people who would
Someone's already used
know
it for
something
bad
about it?
once.
Mate, like if that's your call, that's your call. I mean, typically I try and not get involved in shit like this, but I'll back you up if you decide that telling Harbingers is the right thing. But I don't trust bastards like Kraylin. I mean, that's where that information goes to. It goes to bigger, nastier people who are in charge, and they're the ones who are in Beaucaster. And I mean, you say, sure, it's been used for evil once, but these leaders of ours are typically the ones that use that shit for bad news for people like Uroth and people like, Vinny.
I don't know too much about the Harbingers. The only thing that I do know is that whoever Shirkan was, we can't have that again. We can't just keep that place a secret.
Somebody else is bound to stumble across it and do the same thing.
Right.
I'd rather have people who know more about it go to it than somebody who we know. No matter if we
Well, if that's your
might
call,
judge
I'm happy with it. But my main thing is that I don't want it to be causing us any problems. So I'll back you up, whatever you decide.
Once we tell them, it'll no longer be our problem. If
Nice
we
one.
are the only ones to have this information, then it's always going to be us that have this issue.
Mm-hmm.
Nice one. That's all.
We're
That's all
always
I
going to
want.
need to know.
But what we can do is just write it down and give it to the bloke, and he can tell him. Or do you want to tell the Harbingers yourself?
I can write it down. I'll just need a moment to get everything done.
You want to do that before we see Alvar? Or go ahead and head over?
May as well do that there.
Yeah. That is true.
We're gonna tell Alvor about it too.
Mm-hmm. I feel like he deserves to know.
Alright. We need to grab Uroth for him. Probably the closest person that she knew.
This person that we know of, at least.
Yeah.
I think it's...
Yeah. We'll go collect the body and start making our way there.
Okay. It's a little bit of a difficult task getting a body through the river boulevard and across the bridge into that. You get some looks, but no one really intervenes at the
But
moment.
it's shorter as well. Like Pen's got the body slung over his shoulder, but Mira's carrying the head.
Yeah.
Oh.
So and
Wrap
Mirov
up.
wasn't very tall, right? So
Yeah.
so
We're
it looks like
fucking
I've got a
huge.
sack of potatoes.
She's an
and
elf, so she's actually
Mira's-
quite tall. She's,
Oh, right.
I rolled, and fortunately, no harbinger stop you. That could have been bad. I rolled to see if you would have gone in their path, but luckily, you have this potato sack of wrapped up in bed sheets carrying along.
Mira's carrying a lettuce.
Yep. And you're making your way. Yeah, head of lettuce.
A head of lettuce.
Yep. All right, and you head through past the River Boulevard in the north, past the shops. You see the shops are actually opening up today again for the first proper time. You see that. Was it Hobart? He never properly closed very long. He's already up and running, and as you pass through, you get to the neighborhood section, and you make your way through the maze of tiny little roads and fences. That's the gift. That's it. As you get to the yard with the door closed of Patty's. If you knock on the door, you find just Patty. You don't see anybody else in the room at the moment. You see Patty, and she goes, "Welcome back. It's you. What is this? Is this?"
We need
How
to
you
see
feeling,
Alvor.
Paddy?
I'm okay. Alvor's downstairs, and I'm all right.
Good to see you looking fleshy and rosy again.
Yeah, I wasn't great. Apparently, Alvor. The way she speaks as well it's very a little bit of broken common. She's probably from somewhere else, so I can't do that. But she has she struggles on some words, and she's like, "I'm feeling a lot better. Did you all fix it? Did you all flip it around?" And
Yeah, we sorted it out. Just need to let Alvor know, love.
oh,
What's that you got cooking? What? That smells lovely.
It's fried asparagus.
Ah,
That's what we're having for dinner. You're welcome. I can make more.
that's the stuff that makes your pee smell funny, isn't it?
She like looks confused.
Don't worry, Paddy. I'd love some.
I'll get on it. Just go downstairs, and you can lay the gift either on the couch or bring it down to Alvor.
We'll bring it down to Alvor.
Okay. Real quick, I forgot to give you all an important little bit of what you all would have seen. I just remembered because it's been a couple of weeks, but I want to tell you now before we get further into the story. Do you remember that backpack you found with the note of Rov?
Yes.
About the kid who ran away?
Yes.
I forgot. You did see them. They recovered. It was two 17-year-old lads who had run off together, and they had been taken, and they got back to Balmoral, and they're currently staying for the time being.
Sweet.
I forgot to put the book close on that. You all did see them.
Cool.
But you head into the kitchen, and as you head into the house, you hear down in the basement, you hear a conversation happening between Alvor and some other voice that you don't recognize. It's muffled as you step through into the living room. But essentially what you hear leaned forward talking is Alvor. It says, deep down in the basement here, "Did I ever tell you about the time I dealt with the cannibals in Bracklewhite? And Trey, this would be you." Like muffled voices from down in the basement, he asks you that.
Oh, please tell me more.
Well, they were awful, pathetic people. They were kidnapping people left and right, and I had to put a stop to it. I had this one by the neck, and that's probably when you all enter down the steps.
I'm gonna stomp down.
Yep. And you see Alvor leaning forward, entranced in this story. And Trey, would you like to show and describe your character?
Hell yeah.
Yes.
He stands about 4'6".
Yes.
He is unintimidating. His beak seems to be contorted into like a boyishly smug smirk. He looks young. He looks at Alvor like with a spark in his eye, like he knows that Alvor's kind of like got a treat up his sleeve. When he looks at y'all, he has no unique reaction between you. His feathers like will naturally rustle like when you step down, in like a curious manner. But his head doesn't tilt as if he's like measuring any of you up. He just looks at y'all like casually, almost like urchin-like. Unassuming, but like he would like be uninteresting if he wasn't a fucking bird.
Yeah. Also, you all have heard of, maybe not you, Crianza, or unless you think that knowledge would be in there with you, but
Hell no.
yeah. Mira and Pengelly, you all know of Aarakocra as the bird race, but you've never actually met any. They're not really native to a shawl. If anybody would like to roll a history check to see where they come from.
Just gonna stop at the bottom of the stairs and like stare at the big bird.
Yeah.
17.
17? Pengelly, would you like to roll?
No, he doesn't care.
17. Mira, you know they come. The general. They are all around the world now, but so there will be inklings of them everywhere else. But they originally from Kawamura. That's where they come from. With that, what'd you get, Mira?
17.
17. With a 17, you also know that Aarakocra, Tortle, lizard folk, and they are. So good. Oh no! Oh no! That's how we're gonna kill his. That's how he's gonna die. That's how he's gonna go.
Crianza and Pen, particularly unknown bird slayers.
I'm definitely pinning that.
Oh shit!
So good. So good. That's how he's gonna go.
Sorry
That's how
to
he has to
interrupt
go.
you. That was amazing.
Yep. Mira, you know that Aarakocra, Tortle, lizard folk.
The original races.
They were the original races. Look at you doing your homework. They were when the gods first landed in Dolores and morphed the world from the elemental residue into Earth. They created the first humanity, which were those races, the original people. They mostly died out because the world wasn't finished, and they mostly died out. Only little inklings of them managed to survive throughout history. So they're quite a rare race. Definitely in a shawl. You know of them. But they're not normally here. But you see this one next to Alvor. And Alvor stops in his conversation, looks at you, and then looks at the party.
And I'm looking at him.
Well, welcome back. Well, you all have been on a journey, I say. I'm assuming you all saved it. Oh, you haven't met my friend. Darashakar, meet Crianza, Pengelly, Mira, and he tilts his head up and tries to look behind one of you all. Where's my mushroom friend? You see Alvor's in a delightful mood.
Things didn't go as planned. As much of a plan as we didn't have.
Is that his body that you're carrying?
No.
No.
That is your friend. Urath, Marcella.
Seem to stare for a minute. Well, I suppose I get a new house in Balmoral. I guess I better get real estate going. Anyway, this is my friend Darashakar. He leans back and picks up his mug of ale. Am I saying that right, Trey, by the way?
Yeah. Darash would look.
Can I do an insight check on that? On his
Sure.
reaction?
Sure.
10.
He's drinking he's happily in a good mood today. Best mood you've seen.
I'd like to inside check that as well, just because I'm a turd. And I got 20.
Jesus fuck.
There was a grave moment of sadness that you saw only in his eyes. He kept his face in composure. But he brushed over it like he normally do. It does. He puts on his facade and is keeping going, but you can tell it has troubled him. But he's trying to ignore it. For this is a happy day, and he is doing his best.
Yeah.
He's just trying to get through shit, man.
Yeah.
I know Darash would look naturally would kind of pause. His expression wouldn't fall or anything, but he would clearly like pause and like flash between them to see how he should react. But as Alvor reacts poorly, reacts as if nothing goes on, he doesn't look like happier that he's not reacting, but he does seem casual. Like it doesn't seem to faze him that there's a body right there.
Mm-hmm.
He would actually stand up and go, "Would you like to set her, or one of you?" "I'll stand," and he'll just smile even bigger and just stand.
I'll stand. Yes. He stands.
Everybody's
Have a
sitting
seat.
down here.
Lay her on my cot, I suppose. We can change the sheets. I won't be here for long, so you can lay her down. How did she go? Did she go out in a blaze of glory, or did she go out, what happened?
I'm gonna look at Pengelly a little angrily.
She went out killing Zake.
I mean, she didn't.
It wasn't
Didn't know
her.
what she was doing.
She was stoned and possessed, and pretty scary, to be honest. But unfortunately, she took out Zake along with the thing that possessed her, and he hands or places the head awkwardly where the head would go. On the cot, the body's there in the head. He's trying to get the head to stay in the right head position, but it keeps rolling down towards the shoulders. It's like, I sort of, yeah, and he says, I sort of, did this because she needed to be put down. And then he sort of backs up and eyes the bird, and sort of goes and resumes his slouchy position at the bottom of the stairs, leaning against a wall.
Grants will just stare at him for a moment.
I am as well.
Can Darash roll an insight check? I'll roll 3 rolls. I'm just trying to gauge them. Like, I'm trying to gauge each one of you. Because he doesn't know how to react right now, so... Okay.
Yeah, 1 roll. Let's see. Your general roll. Let's see what we can do.
Natural 20. So 20.
He sees
Welcome.
He sees through all of you. So what does Darash see through? Describe what exactly you're looking for, Darash?
Essentially, I am gauging like how much this event, like, I'm trying to gauge Alvor's their reaction to Alvor, as well as like how they're feeling. Like, he's trying to say what mask do I have to put on for them.
Expose yourselves, party, to this new person.
I go first. Drained, visibly upset with Pen.
You saw the
And
eye movement towards Pin, probably.
a bit confused.
Crianza is more along the lines, the hood is up while they're in town and everything, but the just shift in the silence from the change of when they had first came down, it was silent disagreement, and just a pondering that is happening within their little brain, little processing unit.
Mm-hmm.
Pen's a bag of emotions at the moment. The most obvious is that he's angry. You'll see he's angry, and he's angry that he seems to be the only one that gives a shit about the fact that Zake is dead, yet at the same time he's trying to show his normal casual indifference to the fact that Zake's dead. He's also aware that Crianza and Mira are annoyed at the way that he dispatched Marcella, but someone that he thought was safely tied up came back and attacked them and did loads and loads of damage to them and more or less caused Zake to be dead. He feels absolutely no remorse at beheading her. Maybe a little bit sorry for Alvor because he clearly liked Marcella, but he feels nothing. He's more irked by the fact that they seem to have a problem with it. And then finally, he continues to thoroughly distrust Alvor, despite the fact that he's been helpful and everything that he's done appears to put him on their side. But the bloke spied on them, and he absolutely can't abide that and probably won't ever get over it. With all of that, he doesn't give a crap about the bird. Like, it's just a person who is a weird figure down in the basement of a weird dude. And he's ready to move on and get away from all of this.
Yeah, Darash, you get such context during this whole scene from the moment they walked in till now, judging on everybody's facial cues and how they've spoken, where they've looked. You get so much context to what the hell's going on with that natural 20. Even with Alvor, with that natural 20, if you look at him, you saw a great remorse when he said when he said Marcella, and when they say Zake as well. But he's trying to hide it. But yeah, what do you do?
There would be a slow inhale, and his feathers would naturally unruffle. They would actually smooth down. And he would look at Alvor and he'd go, "Perhaps some coffee. They look weathered." And he would smile at this as if it was a compliment.
Grey minds think alike, my friend. He turns over and he claps and snaps twice, and the coffee, like a kettle, begins to pour onto some coffee grounds. And in the meantime, he grabs a bottle of wine and pours several glasses here. And he slides one over to you, Darash, and he motions for the table. While we're waiting on the coffee, I know you may not drink, but the act is there. To Zake and Marcella, and to you all, yes? He picks up his it's like a little collector's glass that says like Hall of Ages on it from the temple that like Patty has collected. And he holds it up, motions for the ones on the table. You all have done a great feat, it seems. I'm not wrong in suspecting that you all have done all this, am I? Ever send a toast to our fallen friends.
I'm gonna pick up a glass.
He winks at you as you pick it up, seeing that you were the first to take it. Darash, you take yours as well, right? Or do you not?
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Darash, has happily taken it.
Okay.
We'll
other
pause
people,
to see if Penn does.
Other people are taking it, so Griance is just gonna like saunter over and pick it up
Yeah.
gently. 2 little fingers.
Yeah.
Penn will wander over and take it, and then say, yeah, to both of them.
Clinks glasses with whoever reaches in the middle, and he will down his wine as the smell of coffee is beginning to have an aroma throughout the basement.
Penn will knock back his drink and then hold the cup out as if he's waiting for a refill.
I'm gonna down my drink.
Pour it over into Penn's thing.
Yeah. Mira, do you drink yours? Did you say?
As soon as I down my drink, it slowly seeps out of my clothes.
That's
on my side.
That is disgusting.
I'm just not gonna react and set my glass back on the table.
That's horrible.
You just have like a puddle of wine at your feet.
Yeah.
Alvor physically recoils as he sees this. That is, my dear, truly, utterly, brilliantly disgusting. No more wine for you. The bottle floats next to Penn instead. Just floats next to you.
Yeah, Darash would pause with an instant of curiosity, and like when he was going to take a sip, seeing that, he just drinks it. He's like, no, well, cool, I understand why everyone else is checking, we'll do.
Alvor leans over and says, I told you she's meh. That's what he says in your ear. He does like a little hand motion of like a zombie.
Darash would not, there's no holding together. Darash would burst into fucking laughter. Oh shit.
Well, I am deeply sorry for your loss of an ally, but I do appreciate that you brought back mine. I will give her a proper burial. I know where she has some family. And
Could you help us take care of Barian's ache as well?
I can of course take care of Zeke. Would you like him buried in Balmoral, or where would you like him?
You know quite a bit about us, or seem to know more information than others. Do you have any information on him, or where he's from?
Unfortunately, I don't have as much information on Olivia that I would like. And him, even less somehow. He was quite open, wasn't he? But somehow I have even less on him. No, he seems to be in some type of worship to something. But where he's from, I have no idea. He came from the West Gate, heading from the south. That could be anywhere. That could be Manoa. That could be Calcifar. That could be beyond the Rolala Mountains into the Dominion. I have no idea, unfortunately. I wish I did. Yes.
Did he say something about a marsh once? I could be completely wrong. Does that ring any bells for down there?
Alvor says, I'll get to your question in a second, Terry. Alvor says, well, a lot of the tempering lands is marsh, unfortunately. This whole region south of Beaucaster, there's a lot of marshes around. I haven't heard him say that, but there are quite a few, so if that's a lead you have, then it's a possibility. Tara, what were you going to ask?
I suppose this is more a question for Nick. Out of character, you said something about the Deadlands. Did you say that in character?
Probably. Like, he would have said it. Like, it's not like he would have hidden it. So yes, I would. I don't remember the exact thing I said, but he would freely speak about it. So yes.
And you all have had, like, if you going along with that, if he would have said something like that, there's a lot of little tiny chatter you all could have, because we don't roleplay every single conversation you all have, like the travel and stuff. So if you think he would have said it, then yes.
Yeah.
You remember as you're putting this together, he said Deadlands. Because knowing Zake and what you referred it to, I don't think you called it by its full name, because you always call it the Deadlands, is what you nickname it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So you know the Deadlands.
As we're sitting here, I'm gonna mush around. I'm gonna be like, I remember him saying something about the Deadlands. I don't necessarily know where that could be, but perhaps you have an idea.
No, I'm afraid. And that one with Alvor?
No.
Deadlands, there's that whole place in Clotesh. I don't think he came from that far, though. It could be referring to...
A great coincidence.
It could be some icy place. I'm not sure.
Nobody, dude.
Oh, are you all rolling as well? I don't have roll 20 up. So
I was just casually rolling, because I struggle with Penn because he's actually really well travelled.
Yeah.
Like, he's been travelling forever. So, yeah. He knows nothing. He's an idiot.
Yeah, with that history check, there's little ringings in there, but not quite. Nothing sticks out immediately.
Yeah. That's okay. Penn will look at Crianza and sort of take in Alvor with his glance as well, because he definitely doesn't want to lead a conversation with Alvor. But he will say, look, we should talk to him about the Harbingers and what was in that bloody cave and stuff, because, I don't know, get a steer on how much we say, who we say it to. I mean, I don't trust him, but I trust that Kraylin fella even less. So, and he'll like beckon for Crianza to lead the way.
I guess to make the situation a little understandable, we had used that rod that you would.
You saying this to Alvor?
Yeah.
Okay. Real quick, during that whisper, Alvor would have pulled over Darash and Mira and be like, "What do you think they're whispering about? Whisper, 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 whisper." That's what he would have done while you both were whispering. And okay. you start saying
Yeah,
Alvor.
I would have said that so that he could hear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Pen wasn't whispering. Pen was sort
Okay.
of stimulating Crianza to talk
Gotcha.
to Alvor about what he thought they should talk about.
I gotcha. So, sorry, Carranza.
We had followed the rod, like you said, that we could possibly use it for.
It actually worked. Well, that's fantastic.
We followed it down to the south west of Beaucaster, about a day's travel once we knew where we were going. And found a mine shaft of sorts that was just left abandoned. It led further down into a temple to Ilmater. Absolute disarray. It hadn't seemed like people had been there in a long time. But we found Marcella first. She was out of her mind. Wasn't properly herself. Was creating and assisting the creation of those creatures, the stone creatures.
But she didn't do it on purpose, you say?
No. She was under some sort of charm. Something wasn't right with her.
So I was right. That's good to hear. I didn't think she had it in her to do this purposefully. What did cause this to her? Who?
We kept going throughout, and there was this chamber that we came upon. Inside, there was a large fixture. A large gem, and I cannot for the life of me remember what the hell is it called. It's called, but
it's an Empyrean
core.
Empyrean core. The core of a god was there, and it was.
Whoa, a core of a god? He
Yes.
raises an
Empyrean
eyebrow.
core. Yeah.
Were you mistaken? Are you sure? Because every single one of them that are found are hammered down into protective institutes. Are you?
We found another.
Hasn't been found.
Darash, roll me a religion or history check, please.
Can I counter and say it doesn't matter if he knows what it is?
Yeah.
The fact that Alvor is interested, he is interested.
Yeah, it's up to you. It's just up to you on whether you want to have known if you know any knowledge about them at all.
I'll do history.
It's up to you. If you would like to just brush it off,
he
that's
has
fine.
no idea. It's a little crystal.
Never heard of it, but your interest peaks nonetheless because Alvor is. That is absolutely fascinating.
It was being corrupted by these other fixtures, with a green, sickly energy.
His tone goes a lot more serious and less playful and actually inquisitive now.
There was a figure there as well, that statue of sorts that was talking to us. He said that their name was Zircon. Zircuion.
Doesn't ring a bell. This Zerkuon was corrupting an Empyrean core? And doing all of
Corrupting
this
the
with
core. Corrupting Marcella. He was attempting, from what he had said, to create a celestial, an angel, solar.
He said something about the secret eye as well, didn't he?
The secret eye.
Vecna.
Yes, that is one of his names. The whole time, like you all are telling us, whenever new information drops, he just eyes Darash and like widens eyes. If get a load of this, like you know.
Oh, so yeah, no, like honestly, there would be like odd. They'd be incredibly quiet and subtle, but there would be odd, almost whistles. This sounds so odd, but coming from Darash, and his eyes would awkwardly, because especially if you haven't seen birds, especially birds this big, it looks so weird. His irises would dilate and enlarge. Each time, like something curious would happen, they would do that, and he would hyper focus on whoever was speaking.
I think at this stage as well, Tax's head would just poke out the thing and like eye the bird and sort of lick his lips.
I was about to say the same thing. Tax is
like he hears the whistles and they're more natural bird-like sounds, and so to that, Tax is like, what? Look at the size of that.
That's a big turkey.
Is that the point where you see him?
Yeah, I'd roll for it.
Yeah, make a perception check. It's a little eyes coming out of the script. It's tiny at the moment.
19.
Oh yeah.
You see the little thing, and you only at the moment you can hear. With that as well, you hear hissing. I don't, unless you know Draconic, Darash, but Pengelly, you hear Tax just say, "Want it really bad."
Oh yeah, nah. Fucking Darash's eyes would flip to the script for a moment. They would dilate, and he would hit pen, and they would what the fuck is the opposite of dilate? Oh my god, I don't fucking remember the note.
Contract.
Yeah, contract, and then he would continue with the conversation as if he didn't see anything. But it would like be very noted that he would glance at him, glance at Pen, and move on.
And Pen would just very, very surreptitiously put his left hand inside his jacket and leave it there.
Yeah. Alvor continues with, "This is a lot to process. This is an entirely lot to process. This is... I don't know if you understand unless you do, but this matter, this was a lot bigger than something happening to a small town, a small tourist town. If you really are correct, and you have found yourselves an Empyrean core, where only so many of those land themselves on Dalaran, the soul's embodiment of gods, the only matter stopping Paramount and Egregious both from coming back and having an all-out battle, destroying Dalaran and every life we know it. Not even the best bard will be around to tell the tale. If you found that, and you're sure of it, that changes everything, doesn't it?" He picks up the wine, comes over immediately and fills up his glass and fills up yours. "To finding powerful knowledge that will put existential dread on all of us. Yes, downing it now." And he just drinks his glass and slams it down. It cracks. You can tell he's... Darash, you can especially tell he's uneased by this information. He is not taking it well.
What do you know about the Secret Eye?
Figured I just... Not much, that it's Vecna. That's what... I didn't realize that at first until Mira, you said it. That is a name for Vecna, yes. Not good.
Who do we tell about this? I mean, do you trust the Harbingers?
Me? No. They will get in there and turn that... They will turn this Temple of Amata into a... They will keep it safe. That is true. I'm not completely shitting on the Harbingers. They do keep things safe. It will not be harmed. However, it goes into the hand of the Republic. The Council of Ashal and the Republic will turn it into an institute, turn it into a protective site, and who knows then what. There was one in the Solera Academy, there was one in the capital. They keep these things safe. The one in the Solera Academy powers the entire school. It's great. It's fantastic. It should be in the hands of and be put to use. However, there are conspiracy theories. There are people in their little homes with red yarn and little flyers all over the place who think that the Republic is using them for something. That's your kooky little theory. I don't know where to stand on that. Who you tell? I don't know who you should tell. You could tell. Could send letter to the capital. You could tell Kraylin, and he will probably tell the capital, but pin his name on it that he and you discovered it. You can send letter to the Solera Academy. If that happens, it will be under jurisdiction of the Republic, but the Solera will claim it as their founding, and they will have more jurisdiction over the Republic, which is probably safer. You could play a wild card and send letter to the Dominion, and then have them. You could have a whole little political standpoint between two nations. That could be fun. He goes to sip his glass, but realizes it's empty, but sips anyway and sets it down with another crack. Yes, this is a lot. Yes. And you tell me. Am I the first one to know?
Yeah.
Yes.
It must be gaining trust between us, eh?
Sure. I don't think any of the town folk would have registered it. They're all too interested in getting the bloody hell out of there. And they weren't actually in the chamber. So we're the only ones who have seen it, and you're the only one who knows about it. But
so fascinating.
I've got
We're
to
the only
say,
people in the world is in this basement who knows about it. That's fantastic.
plus our new bird friend here, and he eyes the bird suspiciously again.
Darash he can keep promises, isn't that right, Darash? You can keep secrets, information. It's fine.
I think that's all I keep. And he would smile, but he would look directly at Penn.
Or pats you on the back gently. Like, yep.
Right. I don't know about telling the Harbingers. I said to Krianza, I'll back Krianza up with whatever they decide, because this is much more their bag. But I mean, I agree with you. Harbingers aren't bad per se, but fuck, you want the Dominion to get hold of it. I just can't trust him. I just can't do it.
If you give it to the Republic, to the government, the Harbingers will take over it, because the Harbingers and the government are connected. So that's the only problem.
Sorry,
I think
the
they'll
Republic.
fix it. Yeah, it's just messy. It's another option is telling a selective amount of people and let them. You could curate your own people of knowledge keepers who will know about this, unless you have any connections. He looks to you, Mira, because you were saying something.
What's saying?
Hmm?
I don't remember what I was saying. Oh.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna kind of be sitting there listening, and then I'm gonna pull the necklace out once more, not take it off. Oh wait, I'm not wearing it. But I'm gonna hold it up and a little away from myself, and I'm just gonna be like, there. We also found this.
Pretty. Doesn't go with your outfit, though.
Are you aware of the concept of soul gems?
Sure. Are you trying to tell me you have a soul gem in your hand right now?
Yes, there are many souls in this gem.
The next thing you're going to tell me is Zeke and Marcella in there. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, they're in there.
You know,
which is a pickle.
I've been wanting you all to trust me in order to give me information, but I didn't think I'd get this far. And it kind of has left me awestruck. What is this soul gem exactly?
Sir Kuan said that he got it from Vecna. It was given to him.
You're telling me that this necklace right here, this fancy little necklace that it's not very pretty, it's nothing, this little necklace is made by the god of secrets.
Yes.
You know what? I think dinner might be ready soon, actually. He stands up. I could really go for something to eat. You all like fried asparagus? I just love the stuff. It's fantastic. You're not wearing that, are you?
I have been.
Yes, okay. Patty! He calls up to Patty. Dinner needs to be ready now, dear. You just
Can
hear
I
it? Almost
insight
done.
check Alvor? I want to insight on whether he's genuinely overwhelmed or knowledge of this has actually changed his tone and demeanor, like changed his aims and goals, right?
Right. I won't even say you need to make a check. He has let his guard down so much. His facade of his persona of keeping himself in composure has completely dropped. No insight check needed. It is blatantly clear to you all. This is a lot of information. He thought, oh, I'm going to come over to Balmoral, get into this little political matter, use whatever it is, get some adventurers to do some solving, maybe screw Kraylin a little bit and put him down and make my political matter as well. But you all have brought him knowledge of an Empyrean core and an item crafted by a god.
Okay,
And
so
he is overwhelmed.
instead of that, then can my insight check be? Does he covet the necklace? Does he want it, or is he astonished by it?
Yeah, make an insight check for that specifically.
$15.
You are seeing conflicting emotions. At first, he wants it. He learned what it is. He's so overwhelmed he doesn't want anything to do with the thing, but he still kind of is so interested. Alvor is a mess, conflicting of emotions in his own person. You see those conflicting emotions of wanting it and wanting it the hell away from him at the same time. You've never seen him like this. It is difficult. He says, okay, so that is a lot. Who do you plan to take this to? You won't keeping it for yourselves, are you?
What's the information that you have on the Solera Academy?
Well, the Solera Academy is a brilliant school. It's not really my cup of tea. I dabble in arts elsewhere. I have attended the college in Tavalis, the Bard's College, but that is a magical university, probably the best in all of Dalaran. So it says. It has Inkbound Keep, the giant library connected to it. Very legendary and famous wizards from history's past have gone to the Solera Academy, including Solera herself. It's brilliant. I've been there.
Do you know who runs it?
At the moment, yes, and I'll have to look through my notes and give that to you because
Nice.
that is I got a 4 back. Tara, do you remember the name?
He's a lion. I don't know the name.
Currently, no. That was in the old version.
Hang on.
It's not him.
Is he not? Oh, it's the one before him.
It's the woman. Yes, it is the lady,
Okay,
the
hang
elven
on.
lady, who's there right now.
Give
Do
me
you
2
remember
seconds.
that? I might be able to find it as well. It's just that's so far in my notes. He tells you a woman's name. I will say that for now, and I'll send that to you in a few minutes in the chat
Okay.
if I can find it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Redacted.
But he says, no, she's a brilliant maid. She is an Alderman. There's a lot of political matters surrounding her and whether she should be in charge of the school as well. There's a lot of matters, but I think she's brilliant.
The academy still falls under government control, though. Correct?
Yes and no. The Solera Academy and Inkbound Keep is actually very unique. They are almost like a sovereign nation inside of Ashar. They work closely with the Republic, but on their terms, which is very interesting. They have the power play. They have the higher ground in that confrontational. I'm willing to bet if they got their hands on another core, they wouldn't have one, they would have 2. They would try to fight that. The problem is the core is on the ground of the Republic. That's the problem. Their core that they own, that the Republic cannot
Is
touch,
within the thing.
is within the Academy grounds. The Academy is built around the core. They would want it, and they would fight for it. They would claim that it was their discoveries. They would write you all in as credit as well, but they would rewrite that you all were there under Solera jurisdiction, and they would work, and who knows how that court case would happen. A trial would happen, and between the Republic and the Slayer Academy, and it'd be interesting. I don't know where it would land.
How long do you think that place would be safe without it being under lock and key?
In my personal opinion,
Yeah.
no one's found it until now, in recent times. So that stands. It's been there for hundreds and hundreds of years. No one's found it.
That's what I said. Like, none of the town folk, like, they'll know the vague area. They're not
I imagine they wouldn't want to go back
find
there.
it again. Exactly, and
Yeah.
they're bumpkins from Balmoral. They don't go out into the wilds, so it's literally just us. And I've got to say again, I feel like us getting the fuck out of this place before the Harbingers start asking us questions is going to be best for us. Give Kraylin his letter, and it can say whatever we decide we want him to say to him. But beyond that, we get ourselves
I recommend
out.
not spilling the beans to Kraylin personally, but that's just my bias.
Oh, we'll tell Kraylin what we want to tell Kraylin, and what we
that.
want him to tell the Harbingers.
I like that a lot.
Where will you go, Alvor? What's your give? Come on, we're trusting buddy now. So,
Oh yes.
once you buried Marcella, what's your plan? You know all of this, so what are you going to do about it?
I'm leaving in the morning. I have, disregarding all of this, this is all of your troubles. I would love to be keeping in touch, though, but I am heading to Beaucaster. You're welcome to accompany me. But myself, I am heading back. I have a wagon in the morning, heading to Beaucaster. I was in Beaucaster doing business until I heard about this stuff in Balmoral, so I need to get back to my business. I might have some people, if you want to share knowledge on that necklace or the Empyrean core, I might be able to find some people there that you all could decide if you trust. I could find someone that doesn't relate to the government, but might be able to at least tell you information on them. Might take a few days. Did I tell you, by the way, what Darash's job is? Darash here will be accompanying you wherever you go for the next little while. Yes?
Why?
He just smiles, looking at you all and Darash.
No, we don't know anything about the bird.
Oh, yes. Darashakar here, he's going to be coming with you all.
Is
you all
this
need
one
him.
of the birds that you've made?
No.
Darash would scoff and say, I'm so honored that you think so.
I am a great bard, but I can't create this magnificent hunk of meat and feathers that is Darashakar. It's not one of my creations, I'm afraid. However, no, Darash has... He puts an arm around Darash's shoulder. Darash has been having a hard few weeks. He lost his friends. His friends died in a goblin accident the last few weeks, and he has no one to turn to. I told him, he's a friend of mine in Beaucaster. I met him in Beaucaster a little while back. He's a good friend of mine. And while you all were gone, I said, I should call someone in case this wonderful party of adventurers die on their way. Rest in peace, sake. I would have my friend here as backup. And well, now that you all have made it back, I figured Darash, he needs somebody. Oh, we'll take a. Oh, still can't hear. Okay, he says Darash has lost his lovely adventuring comrades and childhood friends in a goblin accident. It was terribly horrific, wasn't it, Darash? And he's lonely, and he has good skills. I figured he could come with you and help you on your endeavors for a little while. He really needs it.
I can't say I'd be exceptionally useful, but another body is always worthwhile, no doubt.
Yes.
When he says
He's also
body, I'm
very
gonna look at Uroth.
Hmm.
And then I'm just gonna look back.
He's very skilled. He's excellent, and he really needs somewhere to go. He has a really sad face.
He's
He
a
looks to you,
lost
Darash.
puppy!
He looks to you, Darash, with the little knowing motion, like, yes, sad, isn't it? Yes.
Darash's features would naturally shift, like his like up feathers like would actually like tuck down, and because he's like small, he would actually look pretty innocent. I rolled a 19 in deception, so just say
Yep.
he looks pretty convincing.
Yep. See, wherever you all head to, if you would like to accompany me to Beaucaster, I'm heading there on my personal business, and while there I can possibly find for you to speak to, or you could find yourself someone to speak to. The city is large. Or you all could take young Darash here somewhere and get him some experience out in the field, Especially that you're down one member now. That's unfortunate. Rest in peace, Ek.
I think a lot of what we may need, whether it be information, materials, will be at Beaucaster.
Well, wonderful. I've been there for a while, and I can happily show you around.
He has his pulse on the city, you could say. He knows where every nook and cranny is in Beaucaster. He's very helpful.
And a wonderful noodle stand. Trust me, you haven't actually eaten within this part of the town without visiting it. Don't worry, I'll show you all around.
It's agreed then. He picks up the mug again, realizes it's empty, and just slowly sets it down, realizing the bottle and his cup is still empty.
Pen. Oh, is the bottle empty?
Yeah.
He's
drinking.
Pen holds his cup out and sort of wiggles it and goes, "Fucking whatever, Alvor."
That's the spirit. I love go with the flow type of people. I also, speaking of which, I was hoping you all would be heading out and leaving this poor tourist town. I got you all a wagon. I purchased it for 35 gold this morning. Isn't that great?
You got us a wagon?
Yes, it's all yours. You're welcome.
Does it have horses?
Thank you.
Yes, it has horses. Would you say, Tara?
I said thank you.
You're very welcome. No need to even return the favor. Consider it a gift. Yes.
Are we going to wait until tomorrow, or are we going to get out of here before the Harbingers want to have a chat with us?
Oh, fuck.
I mean, they're at fucking gates, right? Are they at both gates, Alvor? Have you seen?
Yes, they're everywhere at the moment, unfortunately. To get out of here, you'll have to do a checkpoint with them. They are touchy at the moment. Whole town turns to stone, and they've got something in their britches.
I'm more along the lines of trying to speak to the academy, possibly people who know, people with more knowledge upon the situation. They already have a core within their hands. I'd like them to know more than the Harbingers.
I agree. I like not telling fucking anyone until we've learned a bit more. And then, I mean, we don't have to make a bloody decision. The only decision we have to make is to not tell them anything. So we're going to have to, if we're going through a checkpoint and we're going to deal with them, we need to have our story pretty fucking satisfying for them, or they can cause us some real problems.
I can fake the letter. Give them a wild goose chase.
Havor's eyebrows raise at that.
Make sure that they can't find it until we get out of here and inform the academy.
The other thing I was thinking that we could do, because the way that these people work is that they need something that gives them a belief that they've got something from you, right? And Penn pulls his left hand out of his jacket where he had placed it. So whilst suspiciously watching the bird, and hefts the dagger of stone skin. He said, "I've been thinking about it. Why don't we just fucking hand this thing over? Give him the letter, give it to the Harbingers. Don't worry about going through Kraylin, and just go, look, we found these fucking toe rag bandits hiding out in a cave, and they had this on them, and they had all of your town folk. We suspect this might be what they were using to turn people to stone, but we've put an end to them, and here we're happy to hand this over in return for payment."
Do you think that the Harbingers would pay us?
Well, no, in return for the rest of the payment from Kraylin. I don't care if the Harbingers pay us, I just don't want them to clock us and remember who we are and feel like they've got more to learn from us. If we're leaving and we're talking to them, we need to leave them completely satisfied that they've got everything that they can out of us. And I think giving them something like this would possibly do the trick.
Maybe the rod as well?
Right.
Okay, I don't know. Keep hold of the rod, eh? Like, that's the main.
Right.
What do you reckon, Mira? I mean, you've used a rod.
I mean, I don't know if we have any real, I guess, use for it, since no one's petrified anymore.
Oh, so you think maybe we give them the rod but keep hold of the dagger?
I'm not sure. I mean, we could give the dagger as well, but I feel like we might need to keep hold of one of them. The dagger makes it more, I guess, believable in here. This is what they were doing. You can stab someone, it'll turn them to stone. And it's, to put it lightly, concrete. But
I mean, to us, the dagger's semi-useful as a weapon. But the
It
rod,
is.
are you saying that the rod's not got much use to us anymore now that...
I mean, unless we plan on getting petrified soon, I don't think it has too much use.
Alright then, shall we just do that then? Give them the rod and go, it was some bastards who had found this bloody thing.
Yeah.
It could be used as saying that if someone looks into it magically and notices that it's tampered with, they could say that it was their way of trying to help the people.
The people who were saying attacked?
Well, since the rod turns people back from stone, or at least that's what it should do, I mean, that could be a way of saying how everyone got fixed.
But then it doesn't line up with why we saved the day. You know? I mean, look at it from their perspective. If they do look into it, and I'm assuming that they've got some resources of a magical nature. So our band pursues a lead to a cave, finds some toe rags with loads of stone people, and they've got a rod that would actually save those stone people, but not the means to turn them to stone.
I don't want to tell them where that cave is.
Oh, not any old cave. Like, I'm just saying it could be a fucking hut in the woods. Who knows? Misdirection.
Mm-hmm.
You give them a
Yeah,
general
maybe we don't say a
direction.
cave at all. Well, they would have known what direction we came from. Just say that we came from Fortune Grove and we found it middle of the woods, a weird clearing.
If we give them the rod, they can do the same thing that we did and follow it.
I think we hand over the dagger and be done with it. Then the
I think
story
that
is
sounds good.
we found these dicks who were turning people to stone, and we stopped them. That's it. Job done.
It's a much simpler way.
What do you reckon, Darash? And Pen sort of eyes the reaction Darash gets from being directly addressed.
Funny enough, Josh would get almost a glee because it's the first time he's heard someone say his name besides Albor. And he would say, well, considering you have he'd pause and look over at the body and then look back. There's always the ability to use that to your advantage. If you're intending to deceive, use all the tools that you have.
All right, fuck it. Let's do that. Shall we write your letter, Kranzer?
I'll write the letter.
Do we even want to get paid by Kralin, or do we want to just get out of here as smoothly as possible?
I think if we give it to Kralin, we'll get out of here smoothly. He can put in a word to the Harbingers.
And he can give them the fucking dagger, who cares?
Yeah.
Makes it a little easier on us, I think.
So yeah, I'm gonna start writing the letter.
Okay, and you're
I'm gonna take
forging
out.
it, correct?
Yep. I mean, it's not forging; it's just placing down a thing. But yeah, I do have forgery stuff.
Are you trying to make it look like somebody else's handwriting or something?
No. I'm writing down the accounts of what we're saying. So we're
okay.
just yeah.
Yes, so you're writing it down. So to give me the bullet points of what we're writing, what are you telling? And this is to Kralin, correct?
This is to Kralin.
To Kralin and whoever else of authority he wants to give it to.
Right. What is the bullet points there?
It would be along the lines of confirming that you tasked us with investigating the troubles that Balmoral was having, particularly people being turned to stone, following a lead we'd discovered towards Fortune Grove. We didn't tell them about the lead because our investigation depended on not trusting or not delivering information beyond our own party.
Or even that the lead was just it wasn't too much. We weren't expecting stuff from it.
It was maybe pursued a seemingly weak lead.
But you are noting the location of towards the Fortune Grove, correct?
Well, no, there's a forest to the north, isn't there?
There is, but we all came from...
They saw us arrive from the south, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're not idiots.
Yeah, that's how you come from the south.
So we went like this, and then like I'm assuming like, well, I mean we went like that way, and then we hit that way.
Yeah,
didn't
so
get
I'd
quite
say
to the Grove, but near there.
Directly south, and we found a clearing.
Yeah, so if we could like say it's essentially like right down into here.
Yeah.
Okay, so just head south, not naming Fortune Grove.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Clearing in the woods to the south. A day and a half's travel to the south, or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Discovered how many bandits, or how many like dickheads of ill repute? 4.
I mean, we have fucked up, so maybe a few more.
6,
7.
maybe?
Yeah, 6 or 7. 7 dickheads.
Six baddies, and then like 1 fucking magic dickhead.
Yeah.
Okay.
And managed to pacify them, sustaining the loss of one of our party, uncovering strange dagger as attached.
Yeah, strange items.
Strange dagger.
That was identified, to cause stone leg petrification.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, magic from Magic Wielder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Retrieved strange dagger from Magic Wielder, and witnessed the... What's the word? What were they? They were petrified. So witnessed the depetrification of 18 town folk and led them back to the safety of Balmoral.
Nice. Taking my notes. All right. Is that all?
Reference Uso.
How do you reference Uso? Oh, just saying he's one of the townsfolk.
Yeah, particularly Uso, who we maintain a friendly discourse with on account of residing at the Bell Inn.
Yeah. I like it. Is that your letter sealed up?
Letter
You all
sealed.
signed the
Yeah.
letter?
Yeah.
All right. Letter signed by party.
Or at least I'll only put my name on there. I'll ask if anybody else wants to be like, hey, this is.
Yep. Does anybody else sign it?
No.
I'll sign it.
And Mira. Okay.
And then Penn says, sweet. And what we'll do is go to Kralin, hand him the letter, hand him the dagger, get paid, and say, you need to ensure us that that account is sufficient to get us out of here, past that checkpoint without being asked any questions. We consider the matter dealt with. But looking at them as to whether they agree with that.
I'm gonna nod. I feel like the letter's well written and a good account. Hopefully they leave it at that.
See if we can even leave before he looks at it and get our payment. He'd want to read it.
I think he would.
I
Yeah.
love political matters in D&D. I love the careful stepping around of political matters that can affect a lot of things. This is fun. I'm sorry the session's been so slow, but you all have been making very careful decisions, and I like hearing
Mhm.
your all's route to take.
Don't
It's
apologise.
important
It's fun. It's fun. It's all part of it. I'm enjoying
Yeah.
it. And what makes it more fun is all of the careful and the complete distrust of everybody in this basement.
Yeah.
Right now, like no one
Yeah.
really trusts anyone else. And
No.
there's a weird bird.
Yeah. I love it. That has been assigned to you all unwillingly.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
like a foreign exchange student.
Yeah. His poor family and friends have been eaten by goblins. You should
Oh,
really take
it's
him out
so
there.
terrible.
You should really take him
Tax
out
pops
there.
out and licks his lips again.
Yeah.
Darash.
At a certain point.
Sorry, man.
Go ahead.
Oh, I would say Darash at one point would just go, I could deliver it. He would look between them and he'd say, as long as we have a meetup point, right?
Cheers, lad. But I think this bloody Kralin clown needs to see us. Otherwise, it's just we need to leave here with no questions. But I appreciate the offer, pal.
If you would like to come with, of course you can, but.
Come along, mate.
He would smirk, almost like a knowing smirk, and then shrug.
And Penn would just shake his head.
Roll
his eyes.
Shiro's face.
Insight check?
This is why we need webcams for everybody. we need the OOC insight check.
What the fuck, Grianza? 6.
He just looks like he's shrugging.
Yeah, are you necessarily? You're not necessarily deceiving. You're just kind of there. So yeah, with that 6, not much.
I don't know. I was trying to see what the hell the smirk was for. Like, oh, you can come with us, smirk. Hello?
I'm beginning to feel like the smirks are put in to mask the fact that Darash feels somewhat out of his depth, and it's just like smirking because he thinks smirking isn't appropriate. It's like the knowing wink. It's like, but he doesn't know what he's winking about.
At some point while writing the letter and chatting, Alvor says, speaking of, real quick so I can make arrangements, I'm actually going to leave Marcella here for the time being and have Patty look over her, and what I can do, and I'm wondering if you would like this for Zake as well. Do you... funeral arrangements? I can get the fair commissary. They have a service in their guild where they can come and collect bodies, unfortunately. They can and preserve them and take them to where they wish. They will take them, say, they can take them to their homelands or to a different city, so on. It's up to you. Do you want Zeke buried here, or would you rather take him to Beaucaster and have them hold on to him in a cold storage? I'm having Marcella shipped back to Tavlos, I believe. They will come here, take her to Tavlos. what do you want? Because I can do something of those lines. That's an option.
Is that until we find out more information about who he has connections with, or?
That's up to you. The morgue. The fair commissary will essentially take them to a morgue, and they can have him for as long as you need. In Beaucaster, or you can bury him here. Their storage, the morgue is in Beaucaster. Unless you would like to send him somewhere else immediately. I'm just saying it's an option. If you didn't want to go to a straight burial. Without knowing where his family was.
Let's put him on ice in Beaucaster. I didn't know that was an option, but if that's relatively simple.
You have to pay for it. Out of character, I forgot about
That's
this.
right.
I forgot. So the fair commissary, I actually have a background for them, a homebrew background that you can be. And I forgot one of them is essentially dead men carriers who go and retrieve dead bodies. So because if you have someone dying somewhere else, they will ship them to their homeland or somewhere. And
Yeah. All right.
Option.
Well, we don't know where we need him to go, but if that's an option and he can be put on ice until we learn a bit more, I think that we're all right to do that. It doesn't matter how much it costs.
Okay, I can have Patty make arrangements to keep him and Marcella here for the next little while until the emissary comes and collects him.
All right. Well, yeah, he can pay for it. It turns out he was fucking holding out on us and he is fucking loaded. Cheeky.
How much fucking
cheeky
money did he have
bastard.
on him?
Heaps.
How much? Did
How much?
they have?
10 platinum, 160 gold, 74 silver, and 310 copper.
I think he's the only one who just didn't blow his money.
I mean, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Penn spent it all on health potions and spells for Mira, and now he regrets it.
Imagine.
Yeah. There's one downside to having him stay here for a few days until the fair commissary gets here. That's going to be about 5 days of his body. Luckily, you got frostbite on him currently.
Well,
But after that goes away, he's going to start being stinky.
Can't we stick him in the wagon and keep frostbiting him and deliver him to the cold storage ourselves? Got a wagon.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Is that feasible? Is that feasible?
Try and find out. I mean, it sounds like a good plan to me. Got to see if it works.
Right.
Oh, let's do
Uh,
it.
Let's stick
Yeah.
him on the wagon and Crianza can keep him on ice. And it means that we can take his weapons and whatnot with us as well, right?
Yeah.
And then, I mean, you walk past a Harbinger checkpoint, sad that your teammate has met an untimely demise, and so we're taking
Yeah.
him back to be buried. I mean, I'm all for the, with all due respect to him, to the boy, I'm all for the sympathy card. All right, are we going tonight or in the morning? Because it's still, I mean, we can do this now, and we could get on our way now. You're not going until tomorrow, are you, Alvor?
If we're heading on now, I'd join you. I wouldn't mind. I'm tired of this basement as much as I love Patty. This basement is cramped. And there's been a dead body in my bed. I'd rather not sleep.
Crianza,
And
Mira.
speaking of which, where is that dinner? He would move and get uncomfortably close to Penn quickly while he almost like rounded the stairs, but he's looking for a reaction. How fast
see a
the
reaction in
reaction
Penn?
occurs. But he looks
Yeah.
like he's just casually moving just a little bit too close up the stairs.
Yeah, Penn will just eye him and keep his hands sort of, he'd be at the ready, but Tax would hiss his ass off.
Yeah.
Baby tax.
As Patty hears you like on the stairs, she says, "It's almost done." And a few minutes later, she will bring it down.
Just
He's made
baked
mashed potatoes to go
asparagus,
with it.
lady. Oh, hell yeah.
He's made more. She was making some, but now that she realizes there's a whole
More
dinner
people.
to feed, yeah, she's
Yep.
got a whole thing to make.
So,
Oh.
so all right, Paddy will come up and get it, and he'll sort of not too gently nudge past Daresh
I love it.
and plod up the stairs.
Okay. Are you all heading upstairs?
Yeah.
How do you spell that anyway? Daresh.
I don't believe any spelling in this world is wrong. It just speaks to your type of character.
Can you spell it out?
Yeah. Darashakar.
I don't care about the other bit. Dash. Alright, I'm gonna call you Dash. Alright? Come on, Dash. And Pen just plods up the top of the stairs.
Yeah. As they crest up the stairs, Alvor gives a little whistle, like as to Darash, telling you to stay back for a minute. Do you, Darash?
Oh yeah. No, his expression would actually alter just a bit as he looked at Pen.
Mm-hmm.
And then as he heard the whistle, it would just change right back to that smug little grin, and he would walk towards Alvor.
As you all head upstairs and Patty begins to serve you all, and Alvor says, "Told you they were interesting, didn't I? What do you make of them so far?"
I think that they're like storybook characters. No doubt the heroes we've heard so many legends about.
I think so. Told you one is dead, one is something new. I want to learn more about them. And the other one, I like them. I wanna know all that they have. First impressions, go. Each one. Start with the dead one.
I mean, she's quiet, she's lovely. I'm interested to see what is under that, He looks puzzled, that robe of hers, but not in the way that most people would assume.
Yes,
Wink wonk.
Wink wonk. Yes, they're all mighty attractive, but she is something else. The hooded one.
I mean, I've met many hooded people in my time. They're, none of them are the same, but they all have the same, core values. He'd just shrug and he'd say, they're easy to deal with.
Yes. At some point, I'll need you to get that hood off. It's unlike any other.
Darash at this point would arch a brow and go, noted.
Find out, if you can, what it's made of and where it comes from.
He'd look puzzled. And he'd shake his head. He's gonna say it looks like cloth. And he was like, oh wait, no, I understand.
Yes. And Pengelly, Mr. Pengelly, I want to find out where he got that dragon of his. It's not every day you come across a hat like a dragon egg and tame it. Have you noticed something about the color of it? It is blue. Blue is chromatic. It's not metallic. Metallic dragons are neutral to good creatures. Blue is evil. It's chromatic. What's he doing with a evil little hatchling? If you can, find out where he got it.
He'd exhale and he'd just say, no dragon I've ever seen or met would tolerate being a submissive little creature to someone like him. I can't wait to figure out why. And he would look almost disgusted.
Yeah. I also think it's taken a liking to you, not in the good way.
He'd scoff. He'd say, I'm not worried.
Well, I do hope they can help you with your little missing friend problem. I hope you all become good friends. And, yes, I just want to know your first impressions, because since I've met them, I've been dying to have someone to talk to, but Patty doesn't really have any opinions on them, so thank you for your opinion. Really appreciate it. Asparagus and potatoes?
Always. And you would motion them up first.
Yep, he heads up. Patty, dude. And he grabs
Actually
food.
sounds good.
Thanks.
It does sound
I hate
good.
him.
I told you were gonna fucking hate Darash.
Not necessarily a spy. Maybe Alvor is just curious
he's a
about his.
spy.
He's a spy.
opinions.
Pen already hates Alvor.
Yeah.
No, I literally told him, like, it's a bird that Alvor is sending with Pen. Pen's gonna kill him. There's no way.
And he's cocky as well. Pen's gonna feed him to Tux. Big Tux as well.
I cannot wait for how bad it's gonna be.
Oh, we need Zig back. Purposefully kill off Daraj to get Zig.
Third character comes out.
That's a
Oh,
hell of a
my
storyline,
goodness.
isn't it? We sacrificed Darash to
Yeah.
Perfection.
With that, do you want to take a tea break? And then
Oh, yeah.
we'll
Hell yeah.
probably get going. I'm sorry it's been slow, but
Stop.
this has been very...
Motherfucker.
That was
I have
sorry.
to.
It's great.
No, it's
great
fine.
fun.
We're
I
doing
have
a
to.
lot. We're
This is
learning
the-
a lot.
This is the very
Mhm.
intricate, like, knowledge and playing your cards is basically what it is in political matters.
Mhm.
'Cause this can affect the world, essentially. So it's very
Mhm.
much
He's,
very careful things.
It's alright. I was going to ask something, but I'll ask it in character, actually, because
Okay.
I'll ask it in character.
All right. I'm gonna go grab a drink and everything, and we'll resume, and then we'll finish up here. And I guess we'll be all on the road.
Yeah.
All right.
On the road again.
All right. See you in a few minutes.
On the road again.
Oh boy.
I'm so excited.
That slimy little bird sitting there lying to us.
He what? Hold on. Where once? Okay, yeah, no. He.
For 19 deception.
Oh my god, I have such a boost to deception too. When I saw the plus, I was like, stop.
Oh my god.
I need to use it. I have a +6 to it.
Hell yes.
God damn it. I'm gonna grab a snack. I'll be right back. Are you liking him though?
Like he is so. That's why I'm like he is so incredibly different than Zeke. Like
Yeah.
so, and I love that. I love playing characters that are polar opposites. Oh, I'm living for it. I'm even more curious to see if he is always going to be seen like as the traitor. That's what I love about dynamics. I don't know if like he's always going to be distrusted or like if it shifts. That's what I can't wait to see. Is like if like through the travels do they actually become closer or are they always going to be at arm's length? Oh,
It'll be interesting.
Oh yes.
Especially being introduced by like a guy that we don't technically trust too much.
Right. Oh,
we don't know his intentions or anything. Oh. No, that'd be good.
So ready.
I love that it's an Aarakocra though.
Right? Oh my god, I love them.
I literally know shit about them.
I had to do so much research.
Mm-hmm. Nope. Where is there it is? God damn. Gotta get those reagents.
Yeah, hell yes.
How do you like the on ice idea?
I love it. That's so fucking smart. Especially because he's like one of those orcs. So I'm like, that's badass.
One of those orcs. I don't even know what one of those orcs is.
Can't say it. It's a secret. Imagine.
But yeah, that was the best I could do. I don't have the gentle respite or whatever I think it's called, which would be the one to keep the body from like decaying and stuff. So this is the next closest thing that I could think of.
Oh, the frostbite?
Yeah.
Clever. I like it. It won't be as good as gentle repose, but it will help, especially if you're with it a lot.
Yeah.
Within the last session, I was like, man, there must be some way to help preserve the body without forcing it. Like, what do I have at my disposal? And then I was like, oh yeah, because the fair commissary does body deliveries, and they can take it to morgues and whatever.
I absolutely got the flavor though of losing a person with the level up and the spells. I now have Toll the Dead and Lesser Restoration.
Oh, nice. What do you mean you totally got the losing the person?
From losing a party member.
Oh yeah, I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I like it a lot. Yeah, there's that badass sheet. Wait, no. Sorry, yeah.
I hit all
I know
the
it's
shit.
Yeah, he hit it all.
Woo!
I know it's been quite easy. I guess just once again, I'm going at your all's pace. You know, we can skip over as much as we like, or
What is that background? It's fire. Everything is fire. I see that much.
I had to make it yellow. I had to do it because his
yellow
beak, it's so pretty.
Yeah, I saw your thing, the character stuff.
The Pinterest, yeah.
Yeah, such a pretty bird. What bird is that after?
It's a secretary bird.
Secretary.
Cool. What do y'all think of the character so far?
So so mistrusting. I am. Fucking Crianza is
necessarily
like,
a
oh yeah,
spy.
no, that's cool. That's, we'll help out.
Yeah. Alvor could just be like, hey, you're with him, so just give me some information. You don't know if he's a spy. Who knows? Maybe you're letting your distrust get the best of yourself.
Which I
He just-
love.
I know, everybody's so mistrusting about everything. So funny.
I'm like
He's
at
a
the
sweet little bird
mistrust.
who's gonna
I'm
stab
at the
us in the back.
mistrust level that we had when we found Alvor in the house.
Yeah.
I'm at that level right now.
Is Manners here yet?
I wouldn't assume so. I'd assume he'd unmute.
Gotcha. I didn't have Discord pulled up. I've been taking heavy notes on what you guys have been deciding to do, because I gotta do all that on my end of where this
Yep.
information goes and how it gets sorted. Let's put up a BRB screen on the in Paint and Microsoft Paint on the YouTube.
Mhm.
I love it.
That
Did
is
he?
so funny.
He did
Yeah,
that last time too.
That's so funny.
Hello, BRB screen. I don't know if it could probably hear us or not, but
I think they probably can.
so professional. What a good streamer.
Probably skip over most of the travel, since we've been kind of hanging back and you guys have been
Hello.
some time in Balmoral.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry.
Hello.
I'm
Chill.
sorry, I'm scuffing toast because it's 11 a.m. So I generally don't eat before we start.
Get some grub. You all ready to jump back into it?
We're good. Let's deal with this untrustworthy.
Do we want to resume up having dinner, or do we want to skip up? Because we're going at your all's pace. We can skip over what you like, or roleplay what you like. I'm at your all's pace.
I have a thing that I'd like to do, but then I'm quite happy to just move on, because basically we have the conversation with Kraylin to come up and leaving, and then are we going to skip traveling?
There might be a couple tiny little roleplay scenes, but we're mostly going to skip traveling. I have maybe a couple little things on my end that will probably happen, and anything that you all add, but it won't take long.
Sweet. Okay. Well, I'm not in a rush though. I don't think any of us are, right?
No.
Like we're not.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, basically,
So don't
the way I
worry
like-
about the pacing. It will go as it will go.
Usually how I like to go is I'm following you guys, and I'll skip over what you want to skip, and you all can interject little scenes anywhere and everywhere, and I'll do the same if I have something planned. So.
Also, Ethan, that fucking spirit's sick.
Yeah?
Yeah, I like that.
She didn't get to properly use it, I don't think,
No.
in the battle.
She always had it in her hands.
Yeah, she just whomped on people with it, but it's fun. It does the same amount of damage, but it's basically a throwing spear, but you get a free. You don't have to go retrieve it. You just get it back.
Mm-hmm.
Fun.
And that's just a
Like-
spear.
Like a trident in Minecraft.
Yeah. I should have made it a trident. Yeah. Yeah, if we want to resume, if you want to do your thing, Pengelly, we're up. Everyone's grabbing dinner and sitting down and grabbing their mashed potatoes and rolls and asparagus.
All right, so Penn has polished off his dinner really quickly, and he's handed a plate to Tax, and Tax has smashed through it, and then I'm assuming has also smashed through Crianza's
Tax
and
will say one thing.
Mira's.
Yeah, Tax will say while eating, "I wish there was chicken in it," as he looks at Daraj.
And this is Dash's first time of seeing Tax eat, I'm assuming,
Yeah.
with food flying everywhere. How do
Yeah.
you feel about that, Dash?
Hold on, does Pen ask, or is that fucking Milky asking?
I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
I'm giving you an opportunity to exclaim at
Yeah,
Tax
no.
eating.
Josh would look over and see the way that he ate, and there was unbridled disappointment. It was a flash of it, but it was not hidden, and he didn't care if it wasn't hidden. He literally would glance, do it, and then he would return to his meal with that smug little smile and say, "Oh my goodness, Patty, you did so incredibly well. Thank you so much for doing so much labor for us. How could we ever repay so much effort?"
Don't worry about it. I just love making it. It's really nice. I like cooking for guests. You've been marvelous.
You are unbelievably exceptional.
She blushes. Not
You
showing
did
like I know quite how to say it. She's like kind of that. Oh no, stop! Kind of look. Dross is kind of a piece of shit, isn't he?
He's not. He's sincere. He just comes off as an asshole. No,
Yeah,
he would eat the food. He would eat it like he loved it.
I love
I'm
it.
just gonna be staring at him when he says that. Just watching him say that,
Oh
and
my
then
God.
I'm just gonna be like,
If Mira looked at Jirash, Jirash's eyes would go up and he would wink at her.
I would just continue to stare blank faced.
I love it.
Pen takes out the dagger of stone skin and puts it on the table and slides it towards Creonza so that it can accompany the note. He looks at Alvor and he says, when you took a look at that and sort of, I don't know what you did, you figured out what hidden talents it had or anything. I was talking to Mira, and Mira thinks that she could do that as well, but we need a pearl or something. Is that how you do it? Because I was wondering whether we can, like, if you've got a couple of spare pearls hanging around, whether we can borrow them or buy them from you, just in case we come across stuff.
He simply smiles and he tilts his head to the left and he pulls his ear back and revealing on the back of his ear up near the it's up near the top of it. He has a diamond piercing come out the front, and on the back of the pole is a pearl. He taps it. Do you want my earring?
Kind of take the pearl that I have out and just like compare the size a little bit.
Oh dear. Yes, well. I suppose now that you all are an official adventuring company now and going on great quests and solving, you can have my earring. Yes. Pulls it out and slides it to the table.
Do you want paying for this, or do you want us to take it in exchange for you placing your your friend with us?
Yeah, you can just have it. It's fine. I have no sentimental value over it. It's just a pearl. Worth
All right, cheers.
100.
Pen deliberately makes sure that he takes it and pockets it. So thanks very much, Alvor.
Yep. He just
Did he,
nods.
just out of interest, did he get the diamond as well, or was it just the pearl side?
Just the pearl side. He's keeping the diamond close. He's not getting that up.
Okay.
There's no way.
All right.
Here's a question. Can I do an insight check on Darash when he says spy and coughs and covers it up?
Yep. Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, that's a natural one.
Oh,
No.
lovely. We love
I don't see a
everything.
thing.
Yeah, with that, you don't pick up on it.
I will say
I
yes,
will
but there was
spy.
no reaction.
He's not a spy. He's a wonderful, friendly, sincere addition to our team, and I welcome him.
He just lost his friends and everything, and like he's looking for a place and a home.
Mira hugs the bird.
And Koreanza. I think Koreanza, because you would get a natural feel, I think, for what items you need for spells, I think. Is that how, like, Kaxion would probably kind of make you feel? Because how else would you know what to need for spells, I imagine? Always hard with warlocks and sorcerers and such.
Yeah, it
learning what
is.
you need.
Yeah, this one is definitely from the Eldritch Invocation, so if I would get any information from that, on what I need to know, then yeah.
Right. Would you think it would only be for spells you need, or would you see an item and be like, that could probably be used for that spell that I don't have, or only spells that you would? More knowing how you flavor your stuff.
It probably there would be like a little ping or whatever that's like, hey, that might be important for a certain thing. like not monetary value or whatever, but
Yeah.
like just that's a
For
thing
magic.
that you
Yeah.
might need.
So both of you notice he has a lot of jewelry, like all over, like rings and like earrings that connect. Like I said, one to his tusk, one from his ear. Now that you've noticed that there's a pearl back there, you notice that his ears have a few diamonds on them. And those of you, if you would know about clerical raising the dead type things, like revivify, you need diamonds. He's got those on there. He's got on his rings, his many rings, you find a little bit of emerald, which could possibly be crushed into magic dust. And you find a little bit of like copper, type of ingredients in the stones that could be easily crushed and used for spellcasting components. Not necessarily for him, because he's not a cleric or a wizard, but the spells he does need. And also, in case he ever gets himself in a bind, he has those ingredients in his jewelry. It's much like pirates always carrying gold like on their earrings for their burials, the money for that kind of thing. He's got what he needs in his jewelry for spells, for either himself or others. But he hands over the pearl.
Cheers.
Yeah.
And then, and then that's it.
Anything else you guys want to do here, or are you just enjoying your dinner?
I'll be right back.
So enjoying that good food.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. If you all have your food, and always feel free to interrupt me if I'm going too fast. What'd you say, Tara?
Smelling it.
Yep.
That's all I'm doing.
Yep. As you finish up your dinner, where are you all staying for the night? Back at the Bellin?
I think we're
Are
going
we
to get going.
staying for the night? Yeah, I think that we're just gonna
Yeah.
slam through this.
Because it's early evening, right? Like
It was 6 or
7,
something.
8 o'clock?
Like 6:30
Seven.
now.
Yeah.
6:30? Yeah, so I think we go to speak with Kraylin and get our wagon and take that to the Bellin, getting ready to put all of it on and discreetly, well, not discreetly, because we're just going to put Zake on the wagon and we're going to retrieve his sword and shield from the stash and confront Kraylin.
Okay, Marcel will be left here. As you all are packing up and leaving, Alvor gets on one knee to Patty and says, "It's been splendid meeting you, darling. It's been great. I will have shipped you my entire collection for your services here. Thank you very much." And he kisses her on the forehead. And on the way walking, he just mentions a casual remark. "I actually didn't meet her until about a week ago. She was a super fan. She always mailed me fan letters, and when I needed to come to Balmoral, I knew who to stay with. Isn't it delightful?" So he reveals
Penn,
that it's just a
Penn,
fan.
on hearing that, Penn nips back in and sort of pats Paddy on the shoulder and says, "Thanks for feeding us, love, and sorry for scaring you the other day when I burst through." And he hands over the how to get saucy with your dragon, or whatever it's called.
How to get saucy with your
She
dragon?
beams and she says, "I haven't had this copy before." And she takes it. No worries. The pleasure was mine.
All right, take care, love, and off he goes.
She nods, and
Darash.
you all do.
Oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Darash,
Interrupt me.
as he was walking out, he would stretch his feathers and go, "Oh, you like the old ones, don't you, Pen?" And he would walk, and he would say it low so it was only towards Pen, and walk the fuck away.
That's a little shitster.
Couldn't do anything back.
No, oh god, no. He'll just note
Not
it down.
yet.
And,
Yeah. Writes it down in his death note. Yeah.
and then he'll sort of just look down at Tax and go, "You have to figure out how you want that chicken spiced, pal."
Yeah.
Licks his lips in such hissing. He is hungry. You all make your way to the doorstep of Kraylin. He comes out and he says, "Do you have that recount?"
I'll hand out the litter and then also lay the dagger on top. Out towards him.
What is that? Is this involved?
Yes, it's all outlined in the letter.
He takes out a handkerchief and takes it slowly. Well then, if that is all, I will have this. I'll have this sent away. He comes back out with the remainder, 50 gold for each of you, and Zake.
I'll take Zake's again.
And he says, is there anything else that you require of me? Or are you heading out of our small town?
We'll be leaving very soon, actually.
Well, if you need anything of my services, you know who to contact, and I'll be sure to help you, since you have helped me. I do wish you luck. Thank you. Perhaps a plaque will be made in your services. Who shall I address it to? Your names? A collective name? Nicknames?
I haven't even thought about like a collective name at all. Is this a plaque necessary? Do we? I'm just gonna look around at everybody else. Do we want a plaque?
Oh, it's entirely optional.
I'm not entirely sure.
How about you mail me if you ever want that plaque? And we'll get it installed right up in Town Hall.
Can
That
you
does sound nice.
actually get it made and hang on to it? We'll come back for it. But can you get the mushroom marauders engraved on there, please?
He raises an eyebrow. I certainly can. Yes.
Yeah, good stuff.
That's some hippie shit. Some
Mushroom Marauders.
That's the working name for the time being, at least.
The Zake.
You just shout for Zake, and Kraylin just goes, for Zake, yes. I'll be going now. As he closes.
I think you shout this and none of us say anything. We're just like...
The fungus among us.
The guy in Forrest Gump, the guy with the American flag shirt, just goes, Forrest Gump in front of the crowd, and that's it. Alright. You all head out. You heading straight for the gates?
We're going to the Bell Inn because we got to load Zake's body and possessions onto the wagon.
So we have to grab
And,
the wagon and then grab Zeke.
Yeah, and so Mira, Kranza, and Pen are sort of fussing with the wagon and sorting stuff out. And Pen's deliberately orchestrating it so that Dash approaches the inn first. Does he do it?
Oh yeah, in fact, anytime like there is like any point that we're in a group, he is always walking in front. He is greeting people, he's engaging with people around him.
Brilliant. Okay, so as Dash wanders up, ready to enter the Bell Inn, Zake casts Thaumaturgy and makes the door instantaneously slam open into his face.
Can I try to dodge it?
Yeah, if it would hit him, make a dex saving throw against your spell DC.
Because he wouldn't even expect it.
Okay, did your spell DCs and attack bonuses go up?
Yes.
Oh, we'll get that in a second then.
You said dex saving, right?
Yes, dex saving throw.
Is it disadvantage because he doesn't see it coming? And he's literally like, Pen's timing is amazing, and he'll wait until he's right in front of the thing. And I've also just seen that he's rolled 21.
17 at a disadvantage.
No, I wouldn't say with disadvantage for a very specific reason. It's almost as if this creature has really good reflexes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I was just about to say what it would look like, because, 21 or 17. Essentially, what it would look like is it would happen, and there would be an instantaneous, like, fluff of feathers, and he would stumble back as if it was just by coincidence that he stumbled back in time. And he would kind of ruffle his feathers, and he would grin looking back. He's like, not used to doors being so, aggressive. And he would open it, like, with a flourish and walk the fuck in.
Love it. Real quick, spell DCs. It went up for, I think, only Mira, correct?
I believe so.
Yours is now 15?
Yep.
And everybody else should stay the same.
Still 14.
Where is that?
Under your spells?
Yeah, you didn't increase your wisdom, so yours should be the same.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. Okay. Save DC. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
13.
Okay, cool. You head in, and you're grabbing the body.
Has
and
it
we'll-
like liquefied again? Do I need to do like a little session?
It has gotten. It's been a little while. It's hot. It's summer, so it is quite. It's liquefied. It's still cool to the touch, but it is liquefied so far.
Yeah.
It's been
When
a bit-
when we like start bringing him down, I'll go up to the counter and be like, could I get a jug to keep, possibly full of water?
The Stod says, "Well, yes, of course. I can give you a jug of water. Free for your all services for bringing my brother back." And he goes and retrieves you a jug of water.
Thank you.
Hmm.
Well, we'll be heading out now, so you all stay safe.
The Stod says, "Well, it was really good to see you." And Yusul kind of pokes out from the kitchen. "You all are leaving? Oh, well, thank you very much. And if you ever need anywhere to stay, or a meal sent long distance, give me a call."
Pen will crouch down and sort of pat Vin on the shoulder, and will very, very discreetly hand Vin hand axe.
Make a sleight of hand check. I'm gonna make one for her too.
7. And time warps, and it looks like he hands it again. Very strangely, like he sort of becomes a blur.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing lucky for this? Holy
worth
shit!
It's worth it. You sneak
22.
it, and she rolls really good as well on her part. So you hand it off perfectly, and she takes it and
And he
fits it perfectly
says,
behind her at this angle.
"Listen, don't get crazy. Always be careful, but look after your dad and your uncle, okay?"
Gotta chop some goblins.
Yeah, good on you, kiddo. We'll see you again.
Her excitement is almost uncontainable. She smiles. She slowly steps backwards unnoticed into the kitchen to hide it.
If we could also get the our friend's equipment as well.
They nod. They'll allow you to get whatever you need, and Yusul will come back with the basically in a rucksack, basically of equipment. Yep. And Yusul says, "You'll be safe out there, and you're welcome anytime back in our town."
Good lad. And he shakes both their hands firmly.
I'm gonna give him a wave.
Give him a wave. Before you all pass through the door, Vinny sprints back up to the door and holds it out to you all. It's a bag of mushrooms. Here.
Cheers, kiddo.
Takes it, runs back, and waves as you all leave. You all head to the stables with Zig's body. There's a little bit of confrontation at the, you play the "my friend died" card. Like, they check it over, a little suspicious, but they've essentially, they let you go. The Harbingers will let you go. They've known enough and interviewed enough people to know that one of you have fallen. And they let you through. And you get out to the stables on the right side gates. You look around and you see 2 wagons situated away from the stables. You see a hooded figure, which is Alvor, keeping his identity secret as much as he can. Because Kraylin still does not know he's here. I was wondering if you all would ever reveal to Kraylin that Alvor was here. That would have been a big old can of worms in a fight. That would have been a mess. Y'all kept him secret, though. As you are there, he motions to the left wagon. And he says, "It's yours. What are you going to name it?" You see that his is visibly better and well put together.
The wagon.
Yeah, you have 2. Yours is a little bit run down, obviously used, and his is like fresh boards. Like, it's not discolored. It is perfect. He points to yours and says, "Yeah, it's yours. What are you gonna name it?"
Pen looks at it and then eyes dash and goes, "How about the aviary?"
I'm gonna look back and forth between the 2.
Yeah, I was about to say, Darash would turn and look at Pen. It's like suited for 2 flying things, right?
Sure.
And he would look away. Oh my god, the tension!
You and that dragon. All right. It's kind of like one of the wagons that has like a cloth over it, like Oregon Trail style. It's meant for hauling kind of stuff in there. You could stay in it, especially since it is empty, but it's very much it's got a cloth over it to keep out the rain. It doesn't have any actual walls. It's not kind of like a livable travel wagon, but you can stay in it. Same with his. His is also not a necessarily travel wagon either, because that's all they had for sale here at Balmoral. You can get proper little tiny home wagons, but not here in Balmoral.
Yeah, Zakin Backhands is going to be back there and just going to start running the freeze on him.
Gonna climb in the back as well.
Alvor says, Drosh, you want to sit with me?
Yeah, nah, Darash would perk, and all of his feathers would even kind of perk almost like a preen. He would go, oh, of course! And he would run up like a teacher's fucking pet.
Nice. So if you want to, you'll probably stick with Alvor for most of the travel. AKA, my out-of-character reason for him inviting you to stay with his wagon is it's a 5-day trip, and since we're skipping over it, you still, if you were together, you would have gotten to know Darash a little bit more, and vice versa. But since we're skipping over it, you know what I mean? It's the key. Since we're not getting to know each other, and since we're being with 5 days, it makes sense that maybe Darash is with Alvor just so we can get that knowing each other actually in roleplay. You know what I mean?
I don't think you have any complaints from the party on Dash sticking with Alvor.
Yeah. That's my out of character reason. But feel free to have little roleplay moments on the way. But you all will begin to travel, and it'll be 5 days of travel.
Am I just deleting the Dagger of Stone Skin, by the way, from my...
It's gone.
Yep.
It's gone.
Gone
back.
You gave it away.
After all the work that you did to put it in there properly.
That's fine.
It still exists out there as well. I mean, so it's not completely gone.
Still in the world.
If I could, I would also try to attempt to do Armor of Agathis on... Oh no, I can't do that. Never mind, it's self. Never mind, I lied.
It's a good idea. It's a good idea.
Yeah.
You put it on yourself, and then you just beat the shit out of his body.
I mean...
Yeah.
My punches do 0 damage.
Yeah. His arm just shatters off. It just... like, oh, shit.
So yeah, I'm gonna keep it that. And then at some point, I'm gonna go over to Penn and that pearl. Do you have any purpose for it?
Yeah, I did. But is it the same size as your one? I couldn't get a proper look in the kitchen.
Are they the same size? I'll take it out and.
Yours is like a tiny little speck, and this one's an actual pearl.
Nice.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I literally just want Mira to have a look at this ring again. But so Pen would wait until naturally Alvor is far enough ahead, or I'm assuming they're ahead of us. Are they in front?
Yeah. Who's
so far enough ahead that they're not paying attention at all. Most of the journey tax is sort of perched on the edge of the wagon like a dog with its head out of a car window.
It's hard. It spooks the horses a lot. It's like there's a friendship curve for tax in the horses to go on. But eventually, there's a lot of veering off the path a few feet and coming back.
Yeah. What I like to think he's been doing is like a dog with his head out of the window, but he'll also perch on the back of the cart with his wings out as if he's flying, even though he's not flying, but just like pretending. Yeah, so Pen, would say, I just wanted Mira to have a look at this ring, because I still don't bloody know what it is. And he hands the pearl to Mira. He goes, if you want it afterwards, you can grab it. I don't care.
They both cast the same spell.
You just keep passing in front of them.
You just watch the pearl go by, like, I can use that.
I have so many things that I need to identify.
Have to share. If you all want, since you're passing off the pearl, what would each of you like to identify on the trip? Because it is 5 days of travel, I'll just let you identify them. Take turns.
So I would like to identify that silver green ring that I got from Uroth's clothes chest, I believe. But also, whilst that's happening, and I'd like, not urgently, but I'd like to have another play at that black box with the sort of puzzle lock?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and give
Yeah.
me give me a sleight of hand on that. Also, give me an intelligence check.
I'm gonna 14. I've sleight of hand's my best thing, and both times I've looked at this box, I've just shit the bed with a sleight of hand. 14 sleight of hand, and what was it? Insight or intelligence?
Intelligence, straight up intelligence.
I'm not the brightest. 2.
No, you aren't.
But I blur. I blur and
I blur.
I blur. I blur and come out far smarter.
Yeah.
18.
This is easy enough. It takes you a few days to properly get it. It takes you like 2 days into the
Hit
trip.
the box on your head. Makes you
Yeah.
smarter.
It's an otter
Event-
with a shell.
Yeah. Eventually, you click the mechanism, and you're sitting there like, who's driving each wagon, by the way? So, I imagine Alvor has
isn't.
been letting DeRoche drive that one. Pen's driving, or isn't? this one?
Penn deliberately wouldn't be driving.
Who's driving?
Oh, actually, no. Penn totally would be because he's got proficiency with land vehicles.
Yeah.
Well, hell yeah.
Mira
Yeah.
would not be driving.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Okay. So
driving.
Something's your body.
Penn's driving, but because he's so
You're texting
proficient,
and
he can
driving.
literally like hook the reins over his knees, and he can do stuff with his hands whilst he's driving, and pay half attention and not crash.
Yeah. Texting and driving. You're like driving with your knee. and you
Yeah,
send a
yeah,
text
he's-
message.
Totally right. He can like roll a ciggy, send a message, and change the radio with.
We've all
with
been there.
ease.
Yeah. Yeah. After a few days, after a couple days, you're sitting there driving, and it's with your insane luck, you're like, God damn it! And then you hit a pothole, and you manage to swerve it in, like you manage to hit the right mechanism as you hit a pothole, and it just opens up when you do so, and you're like, I've done it! And what you see inside of it is a mound of hard white, chalky, not quite chalky, a little bit rock.
We found it!
Oh, we found it.
This is the stuff that there was pretend stuff, right?
Yeah.
This is
The
the
other one
real
was
deal.
fake. Yes.
Okay,
this
so-
is- Mhm.
Penn would recognize this and close it immediately, like because you're on a cart and
It
it's
locks
dusty,
again.
and
Yeah.
but he remembers the knack because he's really fortunately lucky. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, closes it so as not to lose any of it. Did the other two clock it?
If
They
someone's
both
sitting
saw it,
next,
right?
if someone's sitting next to you,
No.
I'm in the back reading.
Because what, in that situation, I don't know those carts. They sit at like the top where that little hole is,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
two people
Yeah.
can sit up front, and there's like a bench up there essentially. This one's a little different. It's kind
Yeah.
of like a bench to be higher, and
I
else-
envisage it. It's like a Red Dead Redemption wagon, right?
Yeah,
like there's
exactly.
space for two to sit at the front, and then other people can sit in the back or cling to the sides.
Mhm.
very much, yep.
Right, yeah. So
So it-
I think he closes it so as not to lose any. He's not particularly hiding it, but he sort of just puts it back in his pocket once he realizes, firstly, what it is, and secondly, it
hmm
means nothing to him. But he knows it's important to those two, so he just pops it in his pocket.
Yep. Okay. Keeping it all safe. Yep. So you do that, and what else are you identifying? If you open that, you're identifying. You identifying the ring.
Mhm.
Who wants to identify Pen's ring?
If I would assume that would be Mira if he's specifically asking Mira to identify it.
Yeah. So Mira,
Yeah.
you're identifying the ring, and essentially, let me look at my notes. It's magical, but it doesn't reveal its secrets to you. You get essentially there is something on it. You can tell it's magical with the identify spell, but you can tell whatever spell is here, it has hidden itself from the identify spell in particular. Because there are a couple spells in the book that specifically hide themselves from this type of thing, from this and detect magic. And
So,
stuff.
Mira, do you tell what do you say to Penn?
yeah, just gloss over it. But it basically,
I would just be frustrated and say that it's not revealing its secrets.
All right. So Penn would take it and go, all right, well, thanks for trying anyway. And he would wave the box in front of Mira because she helped him and go, you know that like that white powdery chalky stuff that you said was fake, and you're really pissed off about it?
Yeah. I
What was
remember.
that stuff called?
What is that stuff called?
You know that's
Uh,
residuum.
Residuum. It's
Residuum.
residuum.
This back box is full of the stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. He sort of waves it in front of her. So hands it over to Mira because he says it's no fucking use to me, but you seem to wish it was the real deal. So I imagine that this is the real deal. Looks the same anyway. And then he slips the ring onto his finger.
You slip it on. Nothing happens immediately.
Thank you.
All right. No
Can I
worries,
something
pal.
like that?
And then he turns around and focuses back on the on the road and
Can I
eating
roll
his
an
burger.
inside check?
Roll an insight check. We got a lot of insight checks in this party. You go for it.
24.
What are you insighting?
Is he doing it to get something back from me?
No, he's generally, you helped him with the ring. He's genuinely, he would have given it to either of you. He knows that you're both magic people, and he knows that you both were disappointed when the stuff turned out to be fake in the thing, and you helped him with the ring. He's penned over the Zake thing. Like, it's been a couple of days, it's dealt with, he's out on the open road, he's done. Like, he's not grumpy at you anymore, because he hasn't got the fucking patience to be grumpy for that long. So he's sorted the box out. You couldn't figure out the ring, so he's gone, fuck it, and he's popped it on his finger. He's given you the box. You don't know the knack of it, so he might like to have to show you how to open it, but ultimately, it's yours.
Yeah, once you learn the mechanism, you can't teach it easily. Mira, do you share it with Koreans, or do you keep it secret?
Yeah, I'm gonna share it.
You recognize this to be a residuum? No.
Shit, no, I still need that shit. Fuck. Damn it.
Need what? Need what stuff?
I need that brazier.
Yeah. So, no. This can substitute spell components.
Mm-hmm.
All spell components?
Mm-hmm.
Or
at
just
least-
material worth components?
It can, anyone with a price tag. It can.
I still need a brazier.
Why do you need a brazier?
I need 10 gold pieces worth of charcoal, incense, and herbs that must be consumed by a fire in a brass brazier.
This would be a work around it. That's the one good thing about residuum. This would be a work around it. Basically, the amount of it, it is. Let me look exactly how much this is. This is 400 gold's worth of residuum.
400
Whoa.
gold.
That's
So- But that's in terms of. That's 400 gold's worth in terms of spell components. To sell it, this stuff is really rare. It might be worth even more. Is the
And so
thing.
generous.
Yeah.
So
So,
generous.
in terms of spell components, it eats up 400 gold's worth of that, but selling it to someone could be worth a lot more because this shit is rare. So you could cast it if you'd like. So the thing about residuum, it can be replacing of price material components. It can be in certain experiments. It can amplify spells. It can be used to make magic items, etc. It is the mage's tool. It is a very rare substance.
I could use a little bit of it.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
You can't open it.
So sad.
I'm gonna try to get the box open a few times, and then when I can't do it, I'm just gonna hold it out to Pan.
Mm-hmm.
Pen's gonna make a big show. Go, oh, you can't open it.
Yeah.
Silly of me. Let me help you with that. Sorry, you want me to help you, right? Is that what's? Yeah, of course, no problem. And
Yes, please.
he'll like with a flourish, just like pinch
What a
3
dick.
parts of it, and it just clicks open.
Mm-hmm.
And then he smugly turns around and puts the piece of straw back in his mouth whilst his foot's up on the side,
I love it.
driving the wagon.
I love it.
Okay. I will take 10 gold pieces worth of the residuum, and essentially like make my area as clear as it can be, as we're in a fucking like little thing. I don't know how much room I need to do this, but I'm going to take an hour and 10 minutes in order to cast Find Familiar. And while I set up my space and everything, for this act,
you take 30 minutes. Residuum is powerful.
Oh shit! While I'm doing this long casting, the hood will come down in inside the this place. And like there's just small mutterings to themselves. Not too ritualistic, but like a conversation, sort of. Like, essentially being like, but what about if we have this one and everything? And like, there's a tiny conversation. It's nothing too strong of like trying to figure out what to get. And when it goes off, the residuum will like flare up and in like a white light and stuff, and then it'll be gone. And from essentially from the sky, a snowy owl is going to come and swoop in from the back and land into that area in which the residuum was. And
there's also like an acrid smell that comes from the residuum when it's burned and used.
Yeah,
very strange.
Okay. And then I'll have a snowy owl.
I love it. What type of owl did you do? Is it beast, celestial, or fiend?
Celestial.
I love it.
Yep.
The owl flaps down into the wagon. I love it.
You get it, buddy.
What's its name?
I don't. Oh, jeez.
Now you can spy on Alvor because you have a bird.
Right?
You've
That's
got a familiar bird.
amazing.
It's the same spell too that he used.
Yeah. I'd assumed. Fuck, I don't know. Is there
You got time. You got time.
Yeah, I got time.
Professor Hooty Face.
Yeah, that's a good one. The temporary. Just like the Mushroom Marauders.
Mushroom Marauders, bro.
I love it. You have an owl.
Yeah, I got a
excited to
little
see that
snow
used.
owl, and I'll have it whenever it's just not around. I'll have it perch on the top of the hood thing.
Taxus just is like, there's another one. Taxus is like,
Just saliva constantly dribbling.
2 birds are around
So
him.
many
He
birds.
is- Yeah.
And then yeah, that'll be that. But I have stuff to identify as well.
I love it. Yeah, what do you want to identify?
Potion of viscous dust is what I have written down. The 2 that I stole from the table inside the cave.
Yes. So they both look the exact same. However, 2 of them are each different.
Oh shit!
Yes. Which would have been funny if you would have drank one and then drank the other one because you would have expected the same thing. That would have been funny. This is potion. Gotta look back in my notes from the last session. Nope, from session 4. Because that's when you all went in. Okay, you have a potion of petrification and a potion of stone flesh. The potion of... Look at my notes. The potion of stone flesh... Okay, well the petrification one straight up can turn someone into stone.
Sweet.
Hold on. Yes. And the stone flesh one is essentially, from what you get out of it, it can give you a temporary armor of some kind. I don't have the exact stats with it. I can try to give that to you.
Yeah, it's a spell, I believe. So.
Yeah, like oak flesh and stone flesh. And...
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's exactly like oak flesh. I think it's something like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's basically that, but reskinned with bark skin. It is a bark skin spell. That's what it is.
Gotcha.
The combo of having the petrification potion plus the stick of petrification is really cool. That we have both of those things. We should get more of those potions.
Yeah. I'll send those in the handouts later, but that's what they do. One will turn. They can turn someone. They make a save and a Constitution save, and they will have a chance to turn to stone. And the other one casts Spark Skin, but in the flavor of stone.
And then I also have the 2 necklaces that we found behind the wall. The red orby one from Ilmater, and then the stone square and green coin from Zahir.
Yes. The Zahir one, while it is worn, after 1d6 hours, after 1d6 hours, the wearer will begin to will take on the poison condition. After a save, they will take on the poison condition, and they will take 3d6 poison damage.
Oh.
After
what was that?
So if they put on the Necklace of Zahir after an hour, so there's an hour of it being dormant, they won't even know, and then after that hour, they make a save, and on a fail, they get the poison condition, and then they take 3d6 damage.
Right. This is a necklace with the souls in. This is Mira's.
No, this is the.
Oh, is this a different thing? Sorry.
Yeah, this is no worries. This is the Zahir necklace we found in the wall.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Yeah, in that trapped room.
Mm-hmm. And the Ilmater one, you put it on for an hour. It is absent for an hour, and then after that hour, the person regains 2d6 hit points plus 4. 2d6 plus 4.
Is that like a one expenditure kind of thing?
These are, if I remember correctly, once per day.
Oh, shit. Is it like activated after it's put on, or is like a call upon get started thing?
After the person puts it on, it has to take an hour, and then it automatically happens to them. They can't call on it or anything if they want.
Okay.
It just automatically happens after an hour.
Okay.
So you can heal somebody, but they have to wear it for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
After an hour.
Or it could counter Mira's feeling poorly after wearing the soul necklace.
Oh shit.
Yeah?
Yeah. Oh, that could be a really... Actually...
It cannot.
No, I forgot. No, it cannot. It reduces her max.
It reduces my
HP.
max health.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then it's when you like take
it gave you that that pulse of taking it off was what
Yeah.
injured you, yeah?
Yeah,
You could swap them. Like, you could take one off, put the other one on, and then get back the 3, whatever it was, damage that you took.
But then if you put the necklace back on and take it off again, it would. Yeah, every time you take it off.
Oh, right, of course, yeah. You'd just be in a vicious cycle.
Yeah.
And then I believe that is what I have. Should I go? I already know that it's a magic missile. Yes, that's all I have.
There we go.
Okay.
There's the gist. What about you, Mira? Anything else? Anybody else identifying anything? We're getting our little tidying ups.
Not identifying, but still just trying to be focusing on the necklace, trying to get some memories out of it every chance I get.
Yes.
Well, once a day.
Yes.
Seeing if it'll open up to me.
Yes. Hold on one moment.
Oh, and after the long spell is done, the hood goes back up.
Nice. There's one point, Mira. You all are camped out for the night. You're off the road. You have a fire. It is one of your several. It's like night 3 into the journey. You're sitting there doing your nightly routine. Alvor and Darash kind of talking along and laughing, and you all doing your thing. And there's one point out in the darkness of the field in the moonlight. A cloud is covering the moon, and then it leaves. And out in the field, you see the statue of Zerkiwan standing there, way out in the field. You look back and it's gone. This happens every night, at least once. At the most, it happens 4 times in some nights. You will see him in the distance and realize, you know it's not really there, but you'll see it. That's what you experience. That's about all for now.
Okay.
Anything else?
No,
Anything?
that's it.
Darash? Anybody?
Essentially, I was gonna say this before. Like every night that they do that, like every night that once we settle for camp, Darash is gonna take off into the air and scout. Just look around quickly, just.
Fly!
Oh yeah, no, and he takes off. Like when he hits the ground, it throws up dirt and everything.
The first time you do it, Alvor just points up like nonchalantly, like, "Yeah, he can fly," as he just into the sky.
I'm gonna have my owl go up as well.
Yeah, you're flying up there, and there's just the owl flying next to you.
Honestly, if he saw an owl, it would be funny enough. That smug look would change so fast, and it would almost be like a childish, playful expression. He would literally try to play with the owl.
Aww.
Yeah.
The first time he does it and takes off flying because Pen's not surprised because he is a bird, but he's still sort of taken aback to see it. Pen very discreetly casts Hunter's Mark on him
Okay.
so that he can track where he goes.
Yeah, always keeping track on him.
He's
Yeah,
in the air. It's
and-
time for the mind spike.
Right, Pen's just he and Creans are up for their like tag team
Yeah.
bird killing move.
And just turns to Koreans and nods.
It's time.
And Dash just explodes all over the
Yeah.
place.
Yeah, anywhere he goes, you feel him.
I
Mhm.
would say, and his movements are chaotic. I mean, like, not even like a normal chaotic. They almost seem between practiced and like he's trying to be chaotic, while at the same time you can't even predict where he's going to go next. Like he will be in a full ass like down spiral just to be caught like to the left. It makes no sense the way that he moves.
I like it. Yeah, probably people will think like, "Oh God, he's gonna fall like several times," and then he's just fine. I imagine. I love it. All right, yeah, you're scouting out, keeping any danger, seeing what's ahead.
Yeah, and he just
I
do
like
that every night.
I like it. If that's what we have, we queue to. We will queue to our destination. You'll have to
We
keep going a little bit
considered
longer.
that we long rested the evening before we arrived here.
Yes, because you all left the night before, we will arrive in a morning. So you will arrive. You will basically get a few hours away from the city, wake up early around 6 a.m. and then continue on until like 11 a.m. and you'll arrive at 11 a.m. So you have a long rest for sure. Going into this, we will have a long rest.
I have a name for the owl.
Ooh,
Okay,
cool.
Nevi.
Nevi, I like it. Pop that into the campaign chat, and I'll pin it.
Yeah.
Does,
I'm gonna get a picture as well.
Does the owl react like a real owl?
How so?
Like, as two birds, can he read the body language? Like, can he go, okay, that is an owl reacting to me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, because when you're not like physically like going through it and directing him, he kind of just acts as a normal owl, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's just a normal animal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at that point, like, when Alvor would sleep, Darash would actively seek out that owl. And just do bird shit with it. like
Yeah.
green, and like do fucking, like, what would look odd as fuck to other people.
Go play with the
It
owl.
would be like a comfort in that for him.
Yeah.
Every time the bird sort of wanders over of an evening and starts to bugger about with the owl, and they fly around for a little while after, Tax runs up and down, flapping its wings and like hopping.
Yeah, trying to fly.
But-
oh,
and like
no.
cannot do it, but very, very persistently tries time and time and time again.
That's adorable.
And I think
He's so
once,
fucking cute.
yeah, and at one point, once Alvor was asleep because they had discussed not showing Big Tax to Alvor, he would have become Big Tax and given it a go, and probably managed a bit of a glide, sort of 3 or 4 feet off the air, but not flying, and really pissed off about it as well. Like, even more eager to eat both the birds.
I'm gonna get killed. So essentially, when he would take, like, after, like, he turned big, when he would hop around the next day, Darash would swoop down and grab him.
As big or little?
As little.
I don't think Darash. Yeah, Darash doesn't know that he was big. Darash was flying away,
so
and Alvor never saw it. Yeah,
that's fine. Then it would be one of the first times when he saw him like hopping, and like it was clear that he was like trying to do a flap. Yeah, I know it's gonna kill. I know.
He's gonna swoop down and grab him.
He'd pick him up, and it wouldn't be a snatch. It would be he would try to slip his hand under to lift him up with him.
Yeah, so Penwood had already cast Hunter's Mark and knocked an arrow, but he's waiting because Tax is up in the air. And he's mindful that Tax is up in the air.
How do you think Tax would react, Pen? I feel like he'd be very, very pissed at first, but then almost the awe of actually being up that. I feel like it would be less of like, oh, this is fine, and more of distraction after being angry, maybe?
He's tiny, so he'd hiss and be swearing and like
definitely anger,
like
first.
Gnashing his jaws without any real effect, but he'd be furious. But then I think, how high are you?
I can take off how high in the air? 50 feet, something like that.
50, yeah. So by the time you reach like he can see that Pen has like snapped into action bloody immediately and has got an arrow trained, which gives him some comfort, and he's still gnashing and snarling, and then he gets like 20 feet in the air and he feels again dog with its head out of window. He feels that he's still, and also he realizes, I think, that you're not holding him to restrict him being able to spread his wings out, are you?
Nope.
No. And so he probably recognizes that and sort of flaps a little bit and quizzically looks up at you. flying him in the air.
There would be, it's odd because like Darash is clearly young, but there would be an almost like, God, it's hard to explain. It's essentially someone who was raised in a culture and someone who wasn't, welcoming that person back into their culture. It was like a profound like pride when he did it. And then he would move and he would set, Tax on his shoulder, so essentially he could hold on freely, so he's not being held, and he would fly. Like, he would literally just, he wouldn't go quickly, he obviously conscious that, this dragon has to hold on to him, but yeah, he would just fly. And it would be less chaotic in that moment.
Tax and fucking love it. Like, absolutely. Adore it, love it, lap it up.
The anger just goes away because
the anger goes, but then the Tax is a contrary little prick, and so he would love it, and then the second that you land, he would climb off and not even acknowledge that you'd done it, and he'd just scuttle over to Pen and jump in the thing, and jump back in the script.
When Jirash would begin to aim down, would Pen be continuing to point the arrow?
He would have it knocked still, but he'd be watching. He wouldn't be on like high alert, because I think he'd have seen Tax then on your shoulder rather than clutched in your talons.
Would he so he wouldn't have it aimed?
No, he wouldn't.
Yeah, then he'd
have it down by his side, just watching cautiously on edge.
He would definitely come towards Pen. It wouldn't be as aggressive as it was about to be, but like he would like slow his thing and then glide to the ground, and then lower his shoulder so Tax can get off of him.
Yeah, and Tax would again not acknowledge anything and just scuttle over and jump into Pen's script. So Pen would just sort of grunt, wouldn't say thank you either.
Yeah,
wouldn't really acknowledge. Neither of them would really acknowledge it had happened.
Yeah, it's just that happened. That was. Let's just ignore it. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Oh, such a good moment. That's such a good visual and a good moment. Dragon got a ride on a chicken. I love that moment so much. I even wrote it down. I love that moment.
I think to finish, Tax would sort of, from the script, just so that Pen can hear, and Draconic hiss something like, "Still doesn't get him out of the cooking pot."
Yeah. Yeah. I love it. All right. And the journey will continue as we make our way and begin to crest the hill and begin to look into the Tempering Lands Valley and see Beaucaster. I'm going to turn on my light real quick, and we'll get into the city if you all are good to keep going.
Yeah,
Do it.
Yeah.
All right, let me turn on my light real quick.
Trying to find a good picture of a snowy owl.
Alrighty.
It's drawn.
Hmm?
I'm looking for an owl picture.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Also, throughout this whole time, Alvor very much kept to himself. He kept basically the tarp kind of closed on the wagon, always letting... He would sometimes hop up front with Darashakar, but would mostly stay in there. And you'd find you'd smell incense and herbs be burned back there. It's Scooby and Shaggy in the stew machine, frying burgers. But you smell incense back there, but Darash, every time you look, he has been reading. Or mostly reading. He's been keeping to himself. He isn't had his happy-go-lucky that he did. Whenever he engages in a conversation with you, he will become happy again, but when he's alone, he's very much stoic and just there.
Has it been playing any instruments of an evening? Nothing like that?
No music at all ever comes from that. It's interesting. He never once comes out. He will occasionally, when you all set up camp, he will acknowledge you all and how was your day, and then he'll just sit over by his wagon and probably talk to Darash, sharing stories. But a lot of interaction. He's just taking in what has happened, losing a friend, possibly feeling responsible for getting Zake and to his death as well. Thinking about the mass amount of information you all have dumped on him, he is taking it in silence most of the time. It's odd for him, but he has. You all haven't been spending this much time with him like this. But when they begin to crest the hill, the climate has changed. As Balmoral was on the edge of the light-held fields to the Tempering Lands, it's a lot muddier here, as it rains more often. It's not raining yet, and you haven't experienced any rain, but the ground is muddier. There is more reddish clay-type dirt every now and then. There are way less trees. There are some places here that are rocky. The wagon will go over rock, and you'll have to be careful not to go too fast or fall into a little hole. There's some jagged little, where almost looks like earthquakes have filled the lands here every once in a while. And the rest of it is not marshy yet. That gets a little bit further south, but it turns... Yeah, it just gets a lot more wet and humid. The summer heat turns very much humid here, especially on certain days as it gets further and further into Verlexis. That's the different type here. It's still green, with a little bit of more browns and reddish clays where there is no grass and a lot more water. Any type of water here that you'll find through little streams or creeks are usually red or brown from the sediment that have washed into them. Let me respond to a message from a player.
Ooh.
Before we get into this.
Could that be?
Ooh.
I gotta... Sorry for exposing you, but I want to make sure I get it.
No, you're okay.
Just spy stuff.
Yeah.
Just
Just trying to figure shit out.
You know how it goes.
Yeah.
Do you want to share that, or keep it for now?
Oh yeah, no. Essentially, it would be subtle. Well, hold on. No, we're gonna get to Beaucaster, right?
Yeah, I was just narrating the climate change, essentially. It's a lot more humid and a lot more sweaty here.
Yeah, once we get inside, I will.
Okay, yeah. And eventually, on the last day, the morning of the 12th, you packed up early and started at 6 o'clock a.m. and you're kind of from 11 till noon. You will begin to cross over the hill and look over onto the main road leading further into Beaucaster because it's a little bit more down than on this hill you're on. There's a lot less hills here, by the way. It's more just flats. This is properly a swampy valley. Swampy's not the correct word, but you know what I mean. And as you get on the main road heading towards Beaucaster, you see the city gates. What you see ahead is a walled, large city. So for context, in most D&D settings and most cities, in Dalaran as well, city populations will go anywhere to 25,000 max, 30,000 max. Beaucaster's population of 70,000. It is a gigantic city. It is probably the biggest one besides Tavalis, the capital. And I have a Pinterest board for you to kind of, while I narrate it, to kind of show what it looks like.
Cool.
Let me grab that for you. I like to have some visuals with Beaucaster. Tell me if this can be shared. See if I know it's on private, but see if that opens up.
Also, I rolled for the jam today.
Yes.
I got 12.
Does not open up.
Okay, I will pop them in here. You got 12 minus hit points for the day?
I got 12 minus hit points.
What's your
Yo.
what is your health for the day?
16.
Yo! She's
That's what happens.
so squish.
That's what happens when you wear a big old evil amulet crafted by a god. By an evil god. Okay, let me finish sending these.
For the whole day.
Yeah. Until my next long rest.
So your next longer, it can't be healed either. It lowers your maximum health.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't exactly what Beaucaster will look like, but it's the closest vibe that I can find. Because of course nothing will be the same that's in our heads, but this is the closest vibes, and I'll get my description in a second of what you all see. I have a few more pictures.
I love it.
Nice
It's Ankh-Morpork.
It's what?
It's Ankh-Morpork.
I don't know what that is.
It's the main city in the Discworld.
Oh, is it really? I need to read it then.
Yeah,
I need to read it for inspiration.
Ankh-Morpork. Like just an eclectic, crazy mess of different cultures. So everyone is stamped their place there. The buildings are all different. The people are all different. It's very much a merchant town. Everyone out for themselves. That kind of, like, not cruel, but an energy. Has it got that kind of very eclectic, energetic vibe?
Yeah, very much. I kind of want to read that now. All right. So, as we get into Beaucaster, we haven't got in yet, but kind of give you a little bit of an in-character and out-of-character little vibe of what is here. So, Beaucaster. It is a walled, large city. From the north, a river goes through the wall and out to the south. It goes through the city. A river runs through it. However, and some of this is out-of-character knowledge. I'm just describing it up front because you'll come to see it when you get it. You know what I mean? I don't want to describe every little increment as we go through. I will give a whole vibe at the beginning, and you can apply it in character as we witness. The river goes through the north, and because of Broomfall shenanigans 300 years ago, a tower has appeared, and you all see a giant tower here as well. And what it has done, this large, out-of-place stone tower has split the river into an artificial delta throughout the city. Artificial canals in this landlocked city spread all the way around into chaotic directions, essentially. So what was one river has turned into like 8 separate little canals. The buildings itself are tall, sporadic. Most of them are wooden with white aesthetics to them, or stone in cases. There are bridges connecting everywhere, from rooftops to balconies. Sometimes shops are just on a balcony that wraps around buildings, and you just walk around that. The ground cobblestone floor of the city is not the only part of the city. You go up layers and layers of just mess. Some parts of the city are only a couple stories, but a lot of it is very much, at least the main districts are very much this chaotic spread, essentially. And with that, you do see in the distance, on the very east side of the city, you know how this is very wooden architecture, correct? On the right side of the city, you see another district that is completely different. It is greens and grays architecture of stones and quote thatch roofings. It is not quite that, but it looks like it. Of greens and dark grays. It is completely different architecture than the rest of the city. For anybody who would know, probably Pengelly, just your knowledge of cities, and Mira, and of course, Darash, you would know that this other part of the city is called New Polis District. When the Broomfall hit and magic broke and fixed itself 300 years ago, this district came from a whole different world. It poofed in, crushing a slice of Beaucaster, and appeared here. It just appeared next to the cities, and it smushed a few blocks. What was inside was brewing pots, like soups still stewing, beds still warm, but not a person came. That was 300 years ago. It was on lockdown with research for a long time. It is only in recent decades have opened up. It's still vastly empty, but some shops have begun in recent years to flood in and get this new land now that the researchers have left. Back onto the main districts. You see, easily enough, you can identify the districts of the city. There's one large one, which you will be heading into, because you can kind of see into it from this hill in the very, very distance, like miles away. You see one marvelous district that has a lot more color to it. Banners and streamers of multicolors and different roofing colors occasionally will be here, other than just the normal wood and brown. And you see another district with walls separating each district. You see the other district is older. There's a lot more stonework. There's still a lot of buildings like this, but it's an older version. You can tell that's exactly where the city originated from, is this southern district that is a lot simpler until technology advanced, essentially. In these districts, you find something interesting that you've never seen before. There are steam vents. Over ahead of the city, not blocking out and making a cloud, there's always vapor in the air, like about a mile above the city, just vapor, forming almost an artificial cloud, passing away, not enough to block out the sun. You will come to soon find, on the street are steam vents. Vapor always coming through in bursts. A lot of these bridges that you will find connecting buildings, not all of them, but some of them, some of the bigger ones, are in automatic motion. You will see steam from pipes open them up. It's not quite steampunk, but it's an inch towards it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You find bridges will automatically move. Yeah, I don't want to get the wrong impression of think steampunk, because it's very much as little metal as possible. It is only on these certain bridges. It's maybe in 100 years they could get close to steampunk, but it's not quite there yet. But there are bridges that move. You see on the artificial delta and rivers that go from district to district because of this power that split it before it turns back into one water source as it leaves the city. You see there are automatic drawbridges with ropes and small metal pipes that give off steam as it begins to move it. It is essentially there is a underground work of a steam source being able to somewhat power the bridges and the canals. You find on the water themselves are boats being pushed along with magic and steam. It's public transportation. Little canoes are pushed along because the city's big. It'll take you a couple hours to walk from one side of the city to the other. The canoes and the transportation system fix that. People are going about their day, piling their families into canoes and heading off to work, or let's go do the shopping for the day. You find that, especially around that tower, where it splits the river, there is some underwater buildings. You have to enter from above, of course, but there are windows that see into the canals themselves, etc. Essentially, when the tower split the river 300 years ago, it flooded most of the city, but they have come 300 years later now to adapt to it and use it to their advantage. You find, like I said, the main district where seems to be the shopping. It's a large district, just with the colored roofs and banners and streamers. That's always there. The southern part is older. You see a whole it's a district that wraps around the bottom and right side, and it just seems to be stacked on stacked old houses, like little pillars of houses. Seems to be some type of housing district. And anything else that I need to mention? I don't believe. Oh, windmills. There is a theme of large windmills scattered randomly in. It's not a lot of them, but they stick out like towers. Of course, the large stone tower where the river splits sticks up above anything else. But so the windmills will be built on top of roofs. Occasionally, these large to small windmills are going along, probably with the steam network that is somewhat functioning the bridges and transportation with ease. This is Beaucaster. I know it's a chaotic description, but it fits the city at least.
I love it. Love it. It sounds so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we are entering from the west, so we will be entering into what will be the Liberty District, which is the main shopping district with colored banners and such. It's not the old Stone District yet. As you pile up onto the main road, onto the gate, it actually takes a little while to get in, because there are other travelers and merchants piling in. You see a family. You see like 3 different families on like an Oregon Trail style wagon caravan trying to make their way into the city. You see guards at the gate are trying to check people in and trying their best to check over wagon stock to make sure there's nothing illegal. They skip a few because there's a lot of people here. You find what seems to be like 6 barrels, giant barrels in the shape of wagons with wheels on the bottom of them. Anybody who is native to the Republic would know this is the Birdie Caravan. Kranza, you would know this as well. You've been familiar with seeing this caravan before. This is a caravan of halflings who originate from Birdie. They own a business it's a big business that spreads throughout about Hashal. It is halflings called the Birdie Caravan. They are merchant caravans who travel, collect, and sell. And their wagons are shaped like giant barrels with wheels and horses. You see there are stables. No wagons or horses are allowed in the city, but there are plenty of stables and farms out here. You all eventually get checked up to explain that you are dropping off a body with the fair emissary, probably.
Yeah,
Alvor
they
does
just
most
go
of
to the
talking.
back and have like a dead body in the.
Yeah. Alvor seemingly has paperwork written already for Zake and for Zake.
Penn has actually been sort of wandering next to the wagon, letting Krianza have a rare drive, and he actually goes over to the Birdie wagon because he can speak Halfling. And he's also very much at home and accepted by all kinds of common folk.
How close?
Pardon?
How close?
How close to what?
How close is the caravan to you all?
Mm-hmm.
Not too far. Like you all are parked kind of near them, like kind of right
It's
next
in the
to
queue, right? Like in
yeah,
the queue.
you're right in front of you in the queue. Yeah.
Yeah. So he just like wanders over, with the language barrier not being a problem and the innate fondness that people have for him as a sort of common folk, and just asks them how they are, how the road was, where they've come from, just general details and conversation, what they're expecting in Beaucaster, just a good old chat with
Little
anything
small
that
talk.
he might pick up usefully.
Yeah. They explain to you that they are part of the Birdie Caravan. They travel and sell, and they are making their stop here. They will be going to the Silver-Eyed Bargain, the major merchant guild in Beaucaster, to do some work. However, if you would like to find them, they're not set up shop right now, but they are going to be set up in the Foundry District in a little section for at least a week. They have some odds and ends, some items that might be of interest to you.
Cool. Is there a name of a person that I'm mostly speaking to?
Yes, let me check my notes. Because this one in particular should be... What you're speaking to is a gentleman, barefoot, calluses on his feet. He is wearing brown overalls, and he has a large green feather in his ear. If I can find his name... I don't have it in my printed notes, hold on, because he is a particular halfling. His name is Kazman.
Kazman.
Kazman. There we go. His name is Kazman.
Cool.
And he tells you where to find him. Once he gets set up shop, it should take him a little while, probably the day to get set up, because he has to do some work. But tomorrow he'll probably be at the ready.
Good stuff. And no trouble on the roads or anything like that. They just had a nice, smooth trip, did they?
Yeah, they've been coming from. They made their rounds from Birdie to Primrose, and no really trouble. They have a few trained guards with them, but they headed from Birdie to the Hellbit Crossroads to Primrose. Now they're coming down to Beaucaster. Pretty easy run.
Are they the only Birdie caravan, or are there a number of them?
There's 3 of them, but they're all together.
Right. Okay. Okay. Cool.
You know, there's a network of them all over Ashal. There's probably tons of them traveling all over Ashal right now.
Nice. And I heartily pat Casmin on the back and we'll catch up with him later.
Yeah, you all hear this as well if you were to understand Halfling.
Do not.
Is that name familiar?
Is what familiar? Casmin?
Mm-hmm.
It is not. This seems to be one that is just out and about. They don't stop anywhere too often. You know what I mean? Yep. Not familiar. All right. Alvar eventually gets you all checked in, leaves the stables, and as you enter the city gates, you see hustling and bustling streets. You are in the shopping district. A sign says Liberty District. This is the shopping area, intertwining streets with stairs that lead up onto wraparound porches that are go up to 2 to 3 stories. Shops galore. This is the shopping district. And Alvor will eventually pull you all aside, out of the way. Well, that was quite the trip. I hate traveling. I will be off. I have some contacts to speak to. However, if you need me, find me at the Nightingale. I'm sure Darash can show you. Is there anything you need before I depart with you?
Where are we going to find the emissary, the Farash for bearers?
I'll get that taken care of. I'll have them pick them up. Yeah, I forgot to explain. Wait for Zake, right? Yeah. Zake, I forgot. Because they don't want any funny business at the gates, the guards will take Zake off your all's hands. That way you're not just taking a dead body through the streets.
He's frosty.
The guards will get them to the Ferric emissary.
So we would no longer be on a wagon, correct? They would, because you have to stable your wagon?
Yeah, I get stored.
Also, to stable your wagon, it is... How much silver? If you would like to pay... You see that Alvor pays for his. He does not pay for yours. But he will... It's 5 silver a day to keep your wagon and horses here.
Alright, I'll flick him... I'll flick him 5 gold pieces, which is 10 days worth of stabling, right?
I believe so. My math.
Yeah.
Correct.
And also with a typical common folk understanding, wink and a nudge, look after our ship, basically.
Yep. Yeah, easy enough. You see there's a lot of harbingers around, too. This place, being the commerce center of Ashal, there's a lot of harbingers and city guard, both active.
There's a fuck ton of people, isn't there?
Tons of people. You see, as you're walking and entering, you see a woman basically holding on to her kid's hand, who's holding on to their sibling hand, who's holding on to their sibling hand. There's 4 siblings going along, hurry up, we have to get back, and chaotically holding 2 baskets of supplies. You find this one woman holding just a whole bunch of wood on her shoulder as she's heading off to work, carrying things. There are people doing construction. You find people holding lots of baskets. There are people going about their day in this chaotic city.
Crianza kind of shrinks down a little bit and is just trying to get smaller.
Yeah, definitely so. At one point, Crianza's this man will bump into you and he goes, "Watch where you fucking going, alright?" As he just is passing by. As he totally bumped into you first.
Yeah.
Pen will immediately pat the man on the back and quite deftly just neutralize that situation, going, "Oh, it's okay, fella, off you go." So because of Crianza being awkward as hell, Pen will move to neutralize it mostly and lead the way because his background is a folk hero. So basically, comes from the rank of the common folk and I fit in with them, I can find places to hide or rest or recuperate. And as long as we're not a danger to them, they'll shield us from the law and anyone searching through us. Well, me, but by extension, you. So moving around a city, which is absolutely Penn's favoured ground, he will generally take the lead. Though for the moment he hasn't.
To the crowds too without bumping into anybody.
Yeah, he hasn't been to Beaucaster before, though. So he'll let the bird lead the way more because of his suspicion of the bird being a spy. So he'll let the story play itself out, and he'll be paying attention.
Yeah. Do you say anything else to Alvor before he departs with you all?
We'll send Dash across and let you know where we end up staying, eh, lad?
He nods. Yep. Nightingale. Make sure you write it down. And he heads off.
Look after yourself.
Likewise. And
you silly old bastard. He mutters under his breath.
And now Darash is very much with you all and without Alvor. Alvor will say to you real quick, Darash.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. He'll just kind of say to you, keep him company. They're an odd bunch. I think you all will get along swell, though. You know where to find him.
He nodded his head.
He gets off. Into the city. No cloak anymore with him.
Jirash, having watched Penn and looking back at Krianza and Mira and the awkwardness of them, he would look at Penn and, what's it called? It's not fast talk. What's the other one?
Thieves Camp.
Thieves Camp. He'd look at Penn and he'd say, "Are you always this comfortable?" But he would make a slight gesture, like he would brush his right eyebrow.
I don't think Pengelly has Thieves Camp.
So Penn, he doesn't have Thieves Camp, but he'd absolutely know that you're thieves canting at him.
Yeah, he's doing something. You just don't understand what it is. You're like, that's something there.
So he'd just eye him and look at him, but not with any hostility, because he knows that he's being tested. He's not a fucking idiot, and he's on his own turf. He's comfy, so he'd just look at him.
Darash would chuckle and turn, and it would be clear that this is also Darash's home turf. The way he moves through the city, not only being a bird, but also the fluidity of being seen while not being seen, was uncanny. This is gonna be so much fun.
I like how you both are city folks, but in very much different ways.
Oh, yes, that's what I was doing, and I'm like, oh, this is beautiful. Yeah, so
very much different ways.
He would honestly test them. There would be times that he would try to slip in and out of sight and see how Penn reacts.
Yeah, Penn, you definitely see that this is a person who definitely knows their way around a city as well. At least in some capacity. Maybe not right along with you on the same way, but in some capacity.
Yeah.
Very much.
So in response to this, Penn ultimately wouldn't give a fuck. And so, and quite deliberately as well, because he's perceived that the bird knows what he's doing and knows where he is and is familiar with this city in particular as well. So he knows that he's not so much on the back foot because he doesn't care whether there's a front foot or the back foot. He's just wary and he understands. However, he also knows that given their current composition of the group and the situation, he is burdened with the world's two most awkward people, and so he basically needs to be a chaperone, and whatever the bird does, the bird can do. He cares little. So the first thing he'd do is find precisely the right kind of establishment. I think he'd be able to locate it in terms of where they're going to stay, even for this first night. He would deliberately not ask the bird for a recommendation, but he'd be able to spot the right kind of, it's clean but not ostentatious. The food will be consistent and ordinary but not flashy, and it will be respectable but not expensive, and also the proprietor wouldn't be the type to ask questions as long as you were polite to them. And I think that he'd be able to locate the right neighborhood, street, and inn that ticks all of those boxes. And you can tell me where it is and what it is.
Yeah, is that where you're heading immediately?
That is where we'll go straight away. Yeah.
Okay. Are you all following that?
Yeah, no, just trying to keep up with Bird and Pen.
The city folks.
I'm gonna be holding my bags close to me and standing as close to Pin as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, the moment that Pen begins to take charge, Darash is gonna step back and try to get to the back.
Yeah,
okay.
and that's fine. Like, I think Penn will deliberately not try to. Darash wants to match himself, or Penn believes that Darash wants to match himself and sort of gauge Penn and the rest of the group. So Penn will deliberately not buy into that and will not have nothing to do with that. He'll just go, right, this is where we're going, and he'll assume that Krianza and Mira will follow him as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Take some time of going along, but you're looking for the regular signs. Where are people going? It is almost lunchtime. People will be going to something like this, but not. You're looking how they're dressed. Are they too fancy, or are they not that well? You're trying to pinpoint where. Follow the crowd. Where is this? Where is some place to stay? And eventually, further into the Liberty District, near the edge of the Foundry District, which is the kind of older stonework place with a lot of warehouses, and not a lot of shops, not as many at least. You find almost off the beaten path is this stairs, stone stairs leading off the road and down, like 4 steps down into a door. It's like a tavern built a few feet down into the ground. However, there's still windows there, and this place, written on a very old, not really maintained sign, says the Brimstone Nook. Darashakar, I believe you know of this place. Well, you're familiar with this place. You kind of peek through the windows and you automatically see a very quieter bar and tavern. And it says it's a tavern and inn as well. And you see kind of stonework floor. You see an unlit fireplace to the right of the room. You see very quaint tables. There's not many people here. There's about 4 people here. It's not the largest tavern. It's even smaller than the Bell Inn. But it's a very quiet, clean place. It's not fancy, but it's your average, comfortable place.
Brett, we go in.
Yep.
And
there's a little bell that dings.
Yeah, Penn smoothly sort of dings the bell, waits for the proprietor to come out.
Yeah, he's already behind the bar, and let me look really quick. Pull up in my section of the Liberty District.
Can I also take like a scan of the room and see if everybody else is in here?
Yeah, there's about 3 to 4. There's about 4 other people here. There's 2 older gentlemen sitting by the window, aka under the window because it's a little sunken in. They're sitting there enjoying a lunch. One has his dentures out. There's another man and his son, his like 12-year-old son, kind of sitting there. It is very quiet. They're just minding their own business. It's like a Cracker Barrel type of vibe. Mm-hmm. It is just everybody's minding their business but having an okay time.
Mm-hmm.
And with the Brimstone Nook, you find behind the bar is kind of a pale skin, white hair, kind of comb over human gentleman. He's sitting there playing solitaire. He has like cards set out on the bar as he's quietly just there. And you all approach. And he goes, "Welcome to the Brimstone."
How you doing, pal? What's your name?
What? What's my name?
Yeah.
It's Garrison.
Garrison, good to meet you, Garrison. My name's Penn. Looking for
good to meet you, Penn.
That'll do. Looking for a nice lunch and lunch in a room for 2 nights.
You lunch. Two nights. He's holding up his yes. All right.
Two rooms. Garrison.
2 nights. Okay. And he will begin to. There's no back kitchen, so he's just sitting there on like a little stovetop and starts making some meat slathered in grease. He is slow, but he will say, it'll be 2 silver a night per room, so 4 silver for a night.
So, Penn will hand him 12 silver for the lunch as well, Garrison. He'll shout.
Yes, for lunch.
Yeah. Okay. And then we'll just look at Crianza and Mira and say, I'm assuming that you two will be alright not sleeping in the same room together.
I mean, sure.
I'm gonna look at Crianza and be like, but do you mean we're not gonna sleep in the same room together, or we're not gonna sleep in the same room together?
Not sleep in the same
what
room
did y'all
together.
say?
Nothing, Garrison. How's that lunch going?
I'm sorry. He flips over the steak. It takes forever. It's already going along.
Josh would literally roll his eyes and kind of rub his face, and he's like, "Hey, Penny, can we be just a little bit more clear?" And he would stare.
Penny!
I would raise my eyebrows at that.
I'm gonna get hit. I'm so ready.
There's like a slow turn over to Penn.
I love how long you've been sitting there just waiting for the best moment to do that.
No, you've been awful quiet, but when you do speak up, it's gold. It is golden conflict. Yeah, you're stuck with them now. There's no Alvor here now, so...
Penn will glare at the bird. And will completely dismiss him, but will walk past him to get to a bench or whatever is free to sit down on. And as he does, he'll actually swing the script round to the side, and will have whispered, "Have a nibble." And as he walks past the bird, Tax's head will pop out and just nip with little needle teeth on his leg.
Sir!
Just
you can't have cats in here. I'm allergic.
Quick bite.
No cats.
And then his head pops back into the script, and he completely ignores Garrison, or just thumbs up over his shoulder, and goes and sits down, exasperated.
No cats. As he flips the patty again, it's becoming way overcooked now.
Oh.
Okay, I'm just gonna walk over and sit down, still holding my things very close to me.
Penn, do you want us to sleep? No.
No, we've got a room for you to put your stuff in, and I figure that neither of you two sleep, so you may as well share the room, and you can be awake forever with each other.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Where are you gonna stay, Dash? You have somewhere where you usually stay?
He'd grin. He'd say, "Yeah, don't worry about me."
Alright,
I'm
good
gonna look
stuff.
back and forth between the two.
Dash, are you not staying here?
He'd kind of stretch and like adjust his shoulders, and he's like, "I'm tripping your hair just a little bit too much. Might as well offer some space and whatnot." Yeah? And he'd raise his brows and looking only at Krzanza and Mira.
Yeah?
It's Crianza, by the way, not Crisanza. you dopey vulture.
Does he call him a dopey vulture?
You see Garrison raise up. Hey, can't have birds in here either. I'm allergic.
Josh would literally.
Nevy's just gonna like fucking
Let's say he
flutter.
would put his
To
hands
both of
out
you,
and
yeah.
he'd go, "Oh no, guess I'll see you in the morning." And he would take a step back and head towards the door.
It's noon, by the way. It's noon.
Oh yeah.
Alright, have a nice afternoon.
Oh yeah, no. And Dash would fucking leave.
But Nevy, then essentially gonna have Nevi leave as well, like open the door and have Nevi be with Darash.
Oh,
Thank you.
nice!
Thank you for getting the chickens out.
The chickens.
Owl.
Huh?
Never mind.
Nothing, sir.
Okay. Flips the patty and he puts it on the plate and it's like this really blackened piece of meat.
Cheers, Garrison. We'll have another one of those as well, please.
Coming right up.
And
Flips
Pen
the raw
actually
patty.
gives the first one straight to Tax, who doesn't care how it's cooked.
Yeah.
And just wolfs it down.
Ooh, what's
All right.
the plan?
Yeah. What's have we got a to-do list? Where are we? Where are we at? Nice place, isn't it? Like being in a town. Feel far less exposed.
There's so many people here. How are you
Yeah, it's
comfortable?
big.
That's it. That's a good thing about it, though, isn't it? Like loads of people, you can meld in, you can lose yourself in here.
You don't
Loads of
know who these people are, what they're gonna do.
they're just people. Like look at them. It's a fucking city. Sure, there's some horrible people, and there's horrible people everywhere. But the main thing to remember here is that most of the people don't care who you are. They don't want to know anything about you, and they'll just let you be. And that's what I love about it.
They'll let you be?
Of course they will. They're just common folk. They're just people living their lives. They just want to go to work and have a drink in the evening and make sure the kids don't fall in the canal. That kind of stuff. Most of the people that you see on a day-to-day basis.
Canal a lot.
Probably there's canals everywhere. It's just it's a metaphor. It's figure of speech, right? They're just normal people. They don't care about you or me or Kranza. So if we keep to ourselves, no one will bother us. All right.
There's a slight little nod.
You Pen senses the vibe around the table. But, you two are really nervous, aren't you?
I think I'm gonna get robbed.
All right, talk me through it. Like, so Mira, you're worrying about getting robbed. Kranza, what's your worry?
And I'm just gonna like motion over like into the hood and stuff and like motion all over.
All right, no, I understand. So, I mean, you're a big old lump, but there'll be equally big people wandering around. Okay, just keep your hood up, stick with us, and relax. The thing is, the less relaxed you are, the more noticeable you are in a place like this. Right? So even if you're pretending, it's fine. Just pretend. Try and pretend to be calm. Mira, you're only going to get robbed if you're silly about it, right? If you're flashing wealth around and stuff. So all of that expensive shit around your neck, let's maybe get a scarf just to cover that up a little bit, right?
Okay.
Yeah. But other than that, you can keep your valuables sort of well hidden around you. And again, just act casual. Most of the people that we'll bump into around this place won't give a monkey's who you are. They'll completely ignore you unless you give them a reason to not ignore you. So just take a few deep breaths. And as I said, even if you have to pretend to be comfortable and casual, just try that out, because that's the best way to be.
At that little pep talk, Kronos is just gonna like straighten out a little bit and at least go back up to the height, the natural height, rather than
There
just
you go.
scraping down.
Good stuff. Yeah. I mean, look at Taxi's bloody silly looking and colourful. If he can keep himself hidden, you guys can as well, right?
He's a tenth of my size.
Yeah, but he's also 100% as interesting if he's out in the open.
Okay.
Cool. How you feeling, Mira?
Scarf.
Yeah, if you got one,
Really quick.
or
No.
Trey, do you want to hop over to the Whisper channel real quick for me?
Yes.
Really quick, while you guys are still chatting away?
yeah.
Eee.
Okay, catch me up on that, because it's easier just to was trying to read it, but my brain is not good at hearing people talk and reading.
Oh no, you're totally fine. So essentially, like, he's gonna see, like, if Nevi like took off after him, he would literally put his arm out and like freely allow it to like sit on his shoulder, like freely allow like what he assumes is Krazan's is spying on him, and he would like he'd even like be protective of it. All he's trying to do, like, he's just trying to meet up with Thrall, May, and the Skull, just to let them know that he is in town. These are the 3 people they're with. They're very new to town, and Penny wants to shag both the chicks, so
Yeah.
like, he's gonna be a little bit of a cock, but like if they get into trouble, like, let him know and whatnot. That's all he's gonna do, and then he's gonna go right back to watching that tavern.
Okay.
He's not leaving.
Are we gonna roleplay that then? Because that's far over town. It'll take you a couple hours to get around the place.
I'm cool with that. Yeah, no, I just wanted to let you know. Like, I want them to be the focus because they're the party. But like we can roleplay that.
You're the party now. Do you want to give them a chance to catch up with you? Like, should I say like they see you heading off?
Oh yeah, no, he's not trying to hide, and like she's like the owl's on his shoulder. If they follow, they follow. I'm okay with that.
Okay then, and you're cool with me switching to you and role playing some of that?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we'll give them a chance to catch up, and if they don't, then we'll just continue with you and see what you do.
Yeah, no worries.
Alrighty. Just want to clear it up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Seriously, he was shocked, and it was probably a lot for him to take in, but he was fucking hungry as well. The minute that he realised what that was, I thought he was going to grab it right off your neck.
Might need to keep an eye on that then.
Yeah. And if the fucking bird's going to spy on us, at least we get to control what information he's giving back, right? Like, you know, Alvor, he's not going to stop digging to find out about us.
Yeah.
Where's that? Wait, Garrison. Where's that other bit of fucking steak? Come on, lad.
It's like black. It's like there's burning smell.
It's right here. You want it? You want it well done or medium?
That'll
rare?
do. That'll do. Just hand it over.
Did you say medium rare? I can
Yes.
start.
He throws that one in the trash and starts cooking another one because he asked for medium rare. Slaps on
Tax
some meat.
whimpers at the waist. You could see it coming his way. Yeah. So what we gonna do? I mean, I'll be nicer to the bird if you two want me to be nicer to the bird.
I mean, why not?
Sure. I just wanted to get rid of him for 5 minutes so the 3 of us could actually sit down for a minute and figure out what our plan is.
Where do you think he went?
Would you like to check with Nevi?
I would, and I would like to completely envelop myself. And essentially, all focus is on that. I'm looking through Nevi's eyes.
All right. You switch over, and you see that Nevi is sitting on the arm, the outstretched wing of Darash Shakar, just has landed. And Darash is currently making his way, I believe, through busy streets.
I have 100.
Not too far from the tavern yet, because it's only been a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't look like he is rushing anywhere. He doesn't. In fact, he's greeting people. He's engaging with people, and it's to the point that when people come close to the owl, he'll shift his wing away from it, like away from people being able to hit it.
Mm-hmm. There's several people that are like, "Whoa, an Aarakocra," or "What are you?" You know what I mean? You're used to it.
Oh,
It's a lot. So you're good at just responding to that very casually, friendly manner. Not too far from the tavern yet, but heading away.
Nevi will just like puff up a little bit, outstretch, do a little flap, and then just relax again. Just keeping an eye out until.
Yeah, you'll also hear anything that comes from that Nevi can hear as well when you switch to that.
Until the 100 feet is met, but until then, I'm just gonna fucking blink out.
Yeah.
And at the bar, you're just seeing like hands are on the table, stiff, no movement at all.
He's honestly not incredibly far. Like I said, he's moving slowly. Whenever, especially kids, whenever kids will pause, he'll actually like pause with them and furl his feathers and like show them what an Aarakocra is. Like, Yeah, he is not moving with any sort of mission, but he's definitely headed somewhere.
Mm-hmm. See through sides.
You're all hanging at the tavern. What are you guys doing? You heading that way? You staying and doing something else? Going somewhere else?
Shall we? How's about, like, just so that you guys can get a bit more comfortable wandering around here, we'll stash some of our stuff in the rooms, and we'll just go out for a wander. See, do a bit of shopping. If you see anything that you like, you just get your bearings. Sound all right? And also get some proper food, because I don't know if I can wait for this bloke to cook another steak really badly. Yeah.
I wave my hand at Crianza.
No effect.
The Crianza's not there at the moment. I don't think.
Alright.
Well,
just a boop, boop, boop.
Dial up on the
I'm not. Maybe we should wait.
Oh, well, fucking Jesus. Alright, Kranz in the owl, right? Is that what's happening here? I mean, you know more about this shit than I do.
Do I know?
Waves his hand in front of Crianza.
Yeah. You've seen the owl, and you know that they have flipped over. It's probably around this point, 100
they're
feet.
not here.
Crianza has just snapped back.
Right.
I'm like almost face to face, like very close, looking at them.
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Oh, okay, all right. I'm sorry.
Just for future reference, maybe just let us know if you're gonna become a bird for a moment, just so that we know to sort of stay in the same place with you.
Oh. Okay.
Nice. Whereabouts is the other bird?
That out.
Do you know?
South
Like, did he south?
No
did you say that?
clue.
Was that just?
Oh yeah, I don't know if you would know that.
No fucking
Yeah.
clue. It's like there was a street.
Can you get what color? What color were the buildings?
You know from this, it is the main road. It's either, if it's the main road, he either headed north or south, and he's walking along basically a riverside. There's canals going with people in them going to the left, so you can follow a canal possibly to get there.
There were
You'd be able to find it.
kids near like some water.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I got a bit of an idea from when we walked in. All right. Let's do.
Fall in the canal.
You want to put some stuff up in the rooms, and we'll just go for a wander, see if we can have a butcher's at some shops and help you two get your bearings, get comfortable moving around in the city, eh?
We should look for Zake's reagents.
Yeah, good stuff.
The scarf.
And a scarf. There we go. Let's go out and get those.
All right. So you store your stuff in the room, and you all head out. Are you all going in different directions, or where are you headed?
We are heading the direction that we've sort of derived the bird has gone, loosely. And we're looking, Penn's just trying to get them comfortable walking around on busy streets. He'll be leading them, but going at a pace that they can stay comfortably close to him. And every now and again, he'll sort of turn around and just encourage them to weave in and out of people the same way. He's a natural at it, so super comfortable. He deftly sort of moves them away from people that they are not ready to sort of be within the range of, and past kids, past families, and just nice, cheerful people. And I think slowly but surely, do they get more comfortable? Just walking along?
A little bit.
It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, Kranz is nailing it. Mira maybe needs a bit more. And they keep... I fucking love that so much.
I threw the people.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah. Eventually, you do see them up. You see the bird up front because he has taken his time and has greeted people on the way. You see him a few yards ahead of you, still walking.
Cool. Okay. We'll be keeping an eye out for, firstly, a store that will have scarves and hats and coats and a general clothing store that's maybe ahead of him that we can aim for, and Penn will try and sort of hook him into our orbit on the way.
All right. Well, I think while heading there, I think we're gonna have to end our session there. Before we dive into any shops or anything here, we didn't get to quite scratch into Beaucaster this session, but I think that's where we're gonna have to end it. You've at least made it, so next session you'll be able to dive in deep.
Shopping spree.
Crianza can remember that they are becoming more comfortable. Mira can just keep doing that walk forever. And I love it.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's where we'll end it, and then next session we'll deep dive into Beaucaster.
And maybe we'll make friends with the bird.
Who knows, right?
The bird is charming.
You've been awful quiet today, Trey. Where's your head at?
I love it. Darash is, funny enough, quiet in a totally different way than Zake. He is just so young and manipulative, and I'm living for it.
I'm excited for next session where we get the deep dive into Beaucaster. We didn't get to get too much into it today, but I'm excited because it's
really cool.
It's gonna be all of you. Yeah, I hope you like the city.
Love it already. I love the canals and the bridges. Like, it's higgledy-piggledy, right? Like, the whole thing is just like a mess of...
Yeah,
it's organically grown the way that it needed to.
Very much so. The Foundry District is a little bit more. The Southern Older District is a little bit more put together, but the rest of it is just a sprawling mess. But yeah, that's... Here's the good thing. Is, you know, Darash has been here for a long time, so he knows a lot of places.
Oh yeah.
You all have a guide that you were not working with, which is very funny. Darash knows all these locations, and you guys are going to get a little lost, which is funny.
Incidentally, did anything else happen with the ring that Penn put on?
Not yet.
No. Okay.
Nothing yet. Who knows? You put on
it's gonna drain your health too.
I know, right? Like, Penn has suddenly aged 15 years.
Yeah.
And inexplicably.
Shit can happen. But yeah. I'm excited to see more of Darash Akar. We didn't get to dive too much into him either this session. I'm excited to see more about him.
I love it. Honest God, I'm very... It is such a different group dynamic than Zake, and I'm really curious to see how it goes.
Likewise.
So prickly, you two.
Yeah.
It's okay. It'll transfer to you two shortly. Don't you worry. I got plans.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm excited for him because this is his domain. Like, this is his place. So it's gonna be fun to see where you all go and what locations you all head to and what you get yourselves involved in. Because at the moment, story's yours. Story is the stone petrification stuff was a seed planted that you all grabbed onto, but this is all you. You're going at your pace and your direction on where we're headed, at least for the time being.
So cool. So cool. I love it. It feels like we're at the beginning of it all opening up. Like, we sort of did the proving grounds introduction bit to it, right? And now we're... Yeah.
First arc is the introduction arc is done. World's yours.
This is the first point. It's felt truly sandboxy, and you could do anything you want. I love it.
I was about to say it's like fucking Skyrim. You do that first fucking quest.
Yeah.
You're out from everything, and then you get out. You're like, where the fuck do I go?
Everything's so fucking big.
Yep. Little tutorial at the end for our green players and to get characters going.
I was excited to get out of that and just get out into the city. I love it.
Yep. I've got like 30 pages of still not. I haven't printed all of them yet of Balmoral to go. So we've got lots and lots and lots of content to go for.
I'm going to explore the shit out of your city. Don't you worry. I'm going everywhere.
Yeah, there's plenty of places, and
Cool.
I'm excited to see what you all get wrapped into.
I swear as well, Penn is thorough because he's comfortable with Mira and Creanza now, and somewhat fond of them. He's not angry at Mira, which I hope he's proven on the journey here, but determined to make them comfortable in this environment because he needs them to be able to just not be a burden. That's his thinking. He's like, in the nicest will in the world, yeah. He's like, you guys are a pain to sort of move around with because you're weird. So he's trying to de-weird them, but sees it entirely as like a good thing that he's trying to give them as the sort of gift of comfort. And I mean, Creanza's rolling ever so well. Did you do any rolls for that, Sarah?
No.
No.
Oh, for what? Rolls for what?
For just like general comfort.
Yeah.
Creanza's been
Acting
rolling deception for moving through the city.
Just
Creanza
trying to
fucking
get into
hates
it.
it here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting dynamic to see how that goes, on whether it becomes worse or better over time with getting here. There's quieter spots in the city that you can definitely go to. There's definitely some quieter areas. You're in the Liberty District. You are in the star jewel of Beaucaster right now, so that's the main heart of the city.
A ton of people are.
Foundry District is a lot more, because it's a lot of warehouses down there. That's where a lot of guild artisans are. There's some shops, but it's a lot quieter. It's bigger roads. It's that kind of stuff. And then you have New Polis, which is almost completely abandoned for the few things that have moved in recently, because it's only recently opened up because the government has let go of it. And you have two other districts. You have the Coin-Ups, which is a very, very small, walled-in, wealthy place that is very small. And then you have the massive, wrapping around the southern part, is called the Copper Downs, which is the housing district. It's just tons and tons of houses and apartments piled on piled on piled. So there's quieter places. You're in the Liberty District though, so it's big and messy, and very, very busy. Yeah.
Is there a Beaucaster map, or is there one that we can?
I'm working on it.
Oh, all right, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been working on it. I've been mostly getting it all into notes and everything, and fleshing out the tiny little bits that I haven't fleshed out. But map is coming. I'm not really good at making a city map. At the very least, I'm going to make a minimalistic version of it. That's just a
just like
location.
These are the areas. Yeah.
Yeah,
like awesome.
Like what shops are in this area and whatever. So not down to the detail, but location-wise, and because I also have to map out the river the public transportation routes and the main bridges to each district and all that, and I have to map out all that too on there. So I've been working on it.
What I love so far is that the Brimstone Nook is perfect because it's got a owner who just doesn't care who you are, as long as you're paid and you don't have your chickens in the room. And so I think obviously getting a scarf and trying to find a reagent shop, but also finding a bar that's a bit more lively with a staff who will openly talk about the city is definitely on the agenda.
Yeah, you'll have to see where you go. You have to
ask
around.
Yeah.
See who knows what. I know Darash knows some places, at least, because he's been here for some time. But there's also locals who know.
I don't know if I want to prepare you for it, but possibly a blacksmith is what I'm going to be looking for.
I got every place here, but yeah.
Good.
On my end, I have any place you can go to, and I have every single place mapped out because I've been having it for I've had it for a year and a half. 2 years.
Yeah, cool. I can't bloody wait. Yeah. I would be happy with a lot of a session just exploring the city and shopping and talking to people and finding out. I love that stuff.
I'm excited to get into it next time because we get to really dive into the city and Darash and what you all make of it. And it's over a week too. It's not even a week. It's over a week.
Yeah, I know.
It's brutal.
It is. We might be able to do this time again next week, but again, I won't know until Monday, Tuesday.
I may not.
That's fair.
Yeah, work is going to be starting back up on Friday, so.
Right. Okay. So then will be the following Saturday/Sunday.
Yeah, it'll probably be the 2nd, I believe. Yeah, the weekend of the 2nd and the 3rd.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I think the weekend after that, I'm away. Which is all right. Let's just
That's fair.
get to the next one quick.
Yeah, make them count as they come. But yeah, thank you all for playing.
All right, team. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good job.
So much love, peeps. Thank you for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Nice bird, bro.
Nice bird.
Yeah,
I don't even-
nice
I don't even
bird.
think we have a class reveal yet.
No.
No.
I might know because of the thieves' camp, but
Yeah, I
don't
have
know if it's only
suspicions.
one. Yeah.
Perhaps.
Who knows?
Because I could have
right?
got Thieves' Cant as well. I actually seriously considered it with the feet.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah,
Mm.
but I don't.
Well, Thieves' Cant isn't a regular language.
No.
No.
Yeah.
It's
You gotta have
symbols
special stuff
and
to get to it.
yeah. Cool. All right, guys.
So much
Love you. Bye bye.
Bye.